Play your hand, play your hand. No fuck, counting the stacks, stacking the rags. 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 No fuck, play your hand, play your hand. Play your hand, play your hand. Play your hand, play your hand. Play your hand, play your hand.
Good evening and welcome to Champions Poker Live. Coming to you from right here in Houston, Texas. Tonight we have a special one. It's our Friday Frenzy. The stakes are 1-3. And as usual, they're going to play much bigger than that. Super action lineup, some new faces, and a lot of familiar ones as well. There you see all of the buy-ins at 1,000. It is a 1K max buy-in, but then plays as match the stack the rest of the night. So we'll see a lot of these players add on as blood gets shed. And then we'll get right into the introductions pretty soon here. But this is Kyle Miller, joined in booth once again by Andrew Voden. How's it going, Andrew?
What's up, everyone? Glad to be back.
So we are going to work our way around the table. This is GA's third time on stream. Pretty aggressive when he has it. Going to see if he can get some bluffs in and how he does throughout the Nick game as well. But glad to see him back. To his left in seat 2, the Poker Line. Another one of our guest commentators, but kind of local legend here. Helps put together some of the 5-5, 5-10 games, and another poker vlogger that puts out really great content. So don't forget to go check out his channel when you get a chance. That is the Poker Line in seat 2. Right next to Poker Line is Silver, action guy, repping his hat, the DZ Roofing. Good to see him back, and also sporting that Astros jersey. And then we have Boomer, that's how we'll refer to him the rest of the night, rocking some OU gear. Don't know too much about Boomer here. Do know that he went to the University of Oklahoma. Excited to see what he can bring here in this lineup. Pretty tough 1-3 lineup, honestly, especially because of this player right here, seat 5, Romaine. Mr. Lettuce, let us win some money tonight. That's what he's thinking. Tournament crusher, but really good deep stack cash player as well. And a player you may not know, but Ed and I have played with him quite a bit now. This is Daniel. Goes to Rice University and still relatively new to poker, but doing really well for himself so far. And then truly local legend and another content creator. It's Wes. I like that hoodie that he's got on, and excited to see how he does here on stream. I think this is only his second time here on stream at Champions. And Tish, way more than 2 streams. Wow, thanks for the wink there. I don't know what to say now, but appreciate the pink shirt. Craig the Frog with Tish as always. And then a new stream favorite, rounding out the lineup, seat 9. It's Levi. He will get the drinks and the action flowing. And if I had to guess anybody, Levi will be my biggest winner prediction of the night. So that's it for the intros.
You didn't have anything.
Don't forget to let us know who you're rooting for tonight, who you're tuning in for, or maybe who you're anti-sweating as well.
You don't know poker.
And get those biggest winner predictions in right now.
I'm in a hand with you. I'll look at the camera.
So some people stare at
We're the two tightest
person
players, so
when
it's
they're
unlikely.
trying to bet.
Yeah, we
Romaine
are pretty tight.
stares at the camera while he tries to bet.
I've tried to do it like office style before.
So is this a lineup that you think you could print in, Andrew?
I don't know if I say I'd print in it. There's whenever I see my good buddy Wes Cutshall at a table, I'm never happy to play on a table with him. He's really aggressive, knows his spots really well. I try to avoid him as much as possible, but sometimes I get put on the same tournament table as him. And sometimes he's only cash game player in the room. where there's deep games going on, but he's probably the most comfortable in this lineup, if I were to guess. Romaine, I played with plenty of times. Great tournament player. Cash, I've probably gotten him for the better part most of the time, but he's super solid. So super interested to see this lineup. Already getting into it with the big one. Ace King against Romaine's Jack 9 of Hearts, and Romaine flops a flush draw and pair.
Country boy.
GA top top.
He didn't appreciate that
I thought
one.
it was gonna ease the tension a little bit, but it just made it more awkward.
Wow, just rips it.
Ones you're like very like maybe.
Well
like,
then.
a little bit.
And cards on their backs are ready.
Big hands already.
I guess they want to get to the matching the stack right away.
Yeah.
Pretty fair fight, 50-50.
When it's 1-3 and you only have 1,000 in front of you, you definitely want to get chips in the middle and start adding on.
I haven't played with all these guys. Like you said, Boomer's a new face. I don't think I played with GA or Silver too much, but yeah, a lot of these guys are much more used to playing deeper than just $1,000. So I won't be surprised for them to try to get to matching the stack as early as possible. Oh wow,
Wow.
Romaine scoops his first one.
They are running it twice. Romaine getting at least his own money back, if not the rest of GA's as well.
Sick because all the hearts are still alive. None of them came out on that first board.
Yeah, so 2 pair for GA now.
Make it hard.
Wow.
And
That's a
how
quarter.
about they just chop up Broadway on the second one? 3/4 going to be going to the 5 seat for Romaine. GA getting a quarter
All right, let's add on $25.
of the entire pot.
He was like, you want you were like a queen, now you're like.
Right away, I think I can see Wes reaching for a purple to add on to 1,500.
What a first hand. For real. Wait, is that right? No, I'm over here talking to y'all, I didn't even see
Yeah,
that.
he gets, yeah.
I have full house and we have the same straight. You won the top.
Yeah.
So, it's okay. Yeah.
One of them should
You guys
win
have to
5.
count their chips. Well, we started at 1,000, right?
Mine's just
Well, minus.
So as they get that sorted out, do want to give a quick shout out to Jason Dunbar again with the super chat. Appreciate all of y'all's donations, whether it's monetary or just time, and the likes and subscribes you throw our way. Helps us to keep the stream going and get these great lineups together for you. So we do appreciate it. Have some of our stream regulars in chat. Sheila,
I'm adding on
7-5 suited. That's Garrett. Bobby Fillet, of course, the mod god.
We can't help ourselves.
Good to see Abel Diaz back, sweating his guy in the 3 seat.
You can match the stack once
Technically, I have.
Mr. Silver.
I just say sometimes try to. I don't care for doing it on stream.
I set out.
Yeah.
I'm adding 5.
I don't think.
Then you get stacked
I
out
don't
of
even
nowhere.
want to do it this way.
I didn't know
They get us. We both added.
I added 500 too. Seat 4.
Boomer also adding on 500. So, yeah. Lots of purple chips and just $500 add-ons already.
If this is the same tee-up I played with maybe a year ago in the 5-5, he's a pretty solid player as well.
500 as well.
So this is definitely a tougher lineup than your average 1-3 in Texas.
As well.
Yeah, and some of these players obviously playing above 1-3 as well. Kings now for GA. And has 1,000 behind that 504.
Big pots today.
I knew that was gonna be.
This is what I said, and what I remembered about him is he's quick to just put the chips in if he's got something to go with. Doesn't matter what the pot size is or the action in front.
You forgot you were 1,000 behind.
Yeah.
I know.
When he said all in, I was like, oh,
short stack
shit.
all in. Yes, so fast. He's like, I can't get my end. Yes.
Maybe I don't want to call.
Nixon. How to play this.
Maybe don't want it.
I was like, oh man. You're like, fuck. Dude, hopefully they don't wake up with aces.
Okay, left shadow, 6 on 4.
Yes. Can I get a
It'd be quite the spot to actually have aces, though. Everyone's like, oh.
Yeah, if West wakes up with aces,
No, I'm saying to him, like, if someone's like, ah, he probably didn't.
Service,
think
can I get a
the
water?
1,000, so they call.
And I'll get some food when you're ready as well.
6 fold.
Yes.
I got iced tea. Too sweet enough.
Thank you.
7 fold. 8
I will get the cucumber avocado salad topped with the salmon.
1 fold.
And just the regular seasoning that it comes with the
3
couscous.
codes. 4 codes.
What time your kitchen close?
10.
10? Okay. Can I get a...
So 3 players to the flop here.
Session on 3.
3 Broadway cards. Boomer, top pair, and silver. Gut shot to Broadway, but 6-4 leads. Levi doing Levi things early. Any 2 cards is his favorite.
I also get a Red Bull and 2 water.
Hey, excuse me. I'll get the salmon. Oh, okay. Sounds good. No worries.
3 checks.
Yeah, leave her alone.
3 diamonds, no change.
My bad.
Board pairs. And Boomer gets the check mark.
80. That's the best.
No all ends this hand.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I played with Chet before. Really solid player. He's played 5-5. So this game's no. It should be relatively easy for him. Not saying he's going to crush it, but he obviously recognizes to not blow the pot there, which is king, bad kicker, and then he has a pretty easy call on the river. None of the lines make sense when
Your pocket's the best
Levi
spot.
checks turn, and
My
then
pocket's the best spot?
if the other guy has a jack, he has a jack.
There really is kind of awkward ways to
And if I put it there, I forget I have it.
same.
I do it here.
That's why I don't like putting it up there, and it's like 1 chip, and then it gets like caught in the cards.
And I like it when it's. Then I get paranoid. And I don't really want to.
That's what this is for. To do that. There's a bunch of them. Do you want one?
There's one over there.
Okay, yeah, I'll call my boss.
You can join the Frog Club.
Frog Club is a real thing. A lot of players have found extra frogs, either on the table or around the live stream set.
Yeah, I have my own frog now in my backpack, thanks to Brandon.
Definitely a frog.
So we've got
Tree frog. Green tree frog.
3-bet pre to 100
Oh, yeah.
from the suited Ace King. And Ace King gets outflopped actually by Ace 9. Daniel getting lucky early here. Daniel's not afraid to play some big pots.
Oh, really?
But there's another spade for Romaine's nut flush draw.
Birdhouse with frog house.
Well, you just make like these 2.
383 in the middle.
The height of the 2.
They just hang out.
Like put some wet ground.
Both players looking to get their chips in.
That is real fun.
Goes check, bet. And yeah, Romaine sizing things up.
They do pieces.
Realizes that Daniel has just pot size behind now that that 200's out there.
A bunch of them on our garage too.
But goes just call.
You just chill by the lights. We try to pick one up.
What are you thinking? Romaine checks it over to him again
Just goes everywhere.
on this river.
I think if it blanks, he might. It's a weird spot for Romaine to just have stopped taking the betting initiative on the turn, because now he's in this weird spot. I thought if he was checking turn, I thought he was going to look to check jam with the equity that he had if he was behind. And yeah, now he just has to call off, and
Just the
he's gonna get the bad news.
Player is probably the best.
I think it's better to just, if you are behind, to take your equity, check raise in that spot, put hands to the test. A lot of the time when you're check calling, I don't think you're ahead of the time unless the person just has a straight draw or something and they're getting crazy with it. A lot of the time you're just beat if they call flop in a 3-bet pot like that. It's just unfortunate that he did have something like ace-9, ace-10, but not sure why Romain gave it the betting lead there on the turn.
Yeah, I think regardless, chips are likely going to find the middle on that. And there you see it.
That's what happened last turn. Won all in and then ace king, lost my whole stack.
Daniel up nearly a buy-in now. Saw that wings board. 953 in the green form. Boomer, Tip, the only other winner so far.
That is kind of the idea, but you can still typically win a big.
Obviously, way too early to tell what's going to happen, who's going to be the big winner, big loser. But we do have Pasta God in chat saying Daniel's going to crush it tonight.
I want to know. I want to know what's normal. I just want to know.
Yeah, I will say Daniel played that hand for...
I want to know what's standard.
It's weird because I don't think that's a ace-9 suited is the best 3-bet call, but it is someone on the straddle, so I guess it's fine. But he played it post-flop as well as you could probably play it. Sized his turn really well to get the money in on the river against any ace-jack, ace-queen, ace-king type hand. And they just had to call off in that spot. Unfortunate for Romain.
Made eye contact.
Now ace-queen is the 3-better to 75.
Both eyes kind of win.
Levi, the initial raiser with those sailboats. Romain defends his big blind, suited 9-8.
Yeah, because someone else was interested in
Yeah,
that.
it's two people. Yeah, I get it.
Possession on 5. Checks.
9-8, middle pair, and some backdoor opportunities. 4s are the under pair, and ace, queen flops best.
5 post.
Always a rough spot. Romain has to continue because he called 9-8 pre-flop to the 3-bet. I think he's trying to get in hands after that ace-king one, obviously, but when you call it 3-bet and then you see flops like this, it's always tough. You always have to peel, and then he does turn open-ended at this point, but he's going to be facing a lot of pressure when he checks it to the lion. It'll be interesting to see how much bigger this pot gets. 6 obviously not the best card for the lion either. Romain does have a lot of sets. But I don't think you just stop betting just because the board's connected.
2 bet. 240.
These dynamics are super interesting because you see these more in 5-5 than you would ever see in a 1-3, but obviously Texas 1-3 plays very different, much larger. Effective stack sizes are a lot bigger, so they're more comfortable to call a 3-bet to 75 with suited connector hands like this. And then you get spots like this where the decisions post-flop are a lot more interesting than you would find in your 1-2, 1-3. I think Romain has to understand that his hand isn't the winner, but he does have showdown. It's just a spot where I wonder if he ever thinks about representing the boat with sets of 8s or 7s. Lion can obviously go for value here, assuming that he's targeting pocket pairs better than 8s or 7s, or worse, aces. And he does go ahead and do so.
325. 225.
I think it's really hard for Lion to ever have a bluff here. But Romain did just lose a hand with ace-king, so he might be a lot more sticky at this point. Lion recognizes that. Not many bluffs Romain beats here that line with 3-bet pre. 9s or better obviously are beating him. And there's not much fold equity if Romain jams here, so a jam as a bluff will not work.
Tito's mule. Is it Tito's? What is it?
I think Romain knows better, but he's probably steamed from losing that last hand, as it just happened. So he really wants to call off and be right here.
Sometimes more than wanting to call off and be right, it's you don't want to fold and be wrong.
And this is why it's always not the best idea. I know he's 9-8 suited, 10-8, 10-jack suited, whatever. They're all good 3-bet calling hands to crack big hands like ace-king, ace-queen. But then you put yourself in spots like this where, yeah, you just call off, you're wrong. It's unfortunate because I called off with 9-8 suited the other day in 1-3 for stacks. I was able to crack aces, but it's not always the best idea. And then because you put yourself in spots like that where it's ace 8-7 flop, you catch a pair, you have backdoors, you turn more outs on the turn, and then on the river you put the decision, which usually you're never good in.
I think so. But
In a standard 3-bet configuration, but it is what it is.
when they cold call 4-bets and stuff.
Did you get yours?
Right there, seat 4.
Still a lot more of time left in the night though, so Romain can easily get it back. He's a good player. I think he just has to ground himself a bit, reset.
Yeah, stacks are going to get super deep. We do stream 4 days out of the week, usually 5-hour streams. Exception to that being when Wolfgang isn't in town. We stream for 6 hours. Wolfgang just played here on Champions this past Wednesday, and he will be back next Wednesday as well. Also, increase our streaming schedule whenever we have a series going on, bunch of tournaments. We still sneak some cash games in during those series as well.
Yeah, that stream was a great Wednesday, and I heard some news that the one next Wednesday will be even better, so looking forward to that one. Mark your calendars, chat.
We had one player lose 60,000 during that Wednesday 10 quarter 50, and one player was up roughly 36,000 only to lose it all back plus 10,000 by the end of the stream. So super crazy stream on Wednesday. Wednesdays typically are bigger no limit hold'em day. Thursday plays a little bit bigger as well, and then Friday is our usual 1-3 stream. Tuesdays being our PLO stream. It's poker with the Poker
I don't know if I need
Stallions.
to throw whites in on my open raise or not. Because it's like,
in a row.
if it's 12, it's like $30. If it's 15, I go 31. So.
We'll pay from the next small one.
Crazy. Chip just flops the flush. I didn't like his sizing pre, but I guess it's going to work out at this point. He sized a bit small because I think there was a double straddle. It was 1, 3, 6, 15, something like that. So 55 was kind of on the smaller side. When there's that many straddles, you kind of want to go bigger, but it's working out right now. Somehow, Levi's raising to 175 and Chep jams. Not sure if I like the jam that much.
I think it's just a mystery.
You want to keep the bluffs in. I guess he's scared of a diamond coming out and killing action or him just being dead. But I think they're deep enough to where he can just flat let the guy bluff off one more street and then get it in, depending on the turn, obviously. But money one is not a bad thing. So
Oh, that's true.
Oh yeah, we didn't call. That's right.
And then a lot of the times
hard to, like,
when you
call
jam and you're getting called off, you're just already dead. So
Stream people always get screwed over.
jam is kind of a weird one there. You just get snapped off by better and fold out worse, which is what happened.
Okay. We have a screen. We have a screen right here.
That's why we.
Yeah, that's why it's straight and like obviously. No. Oh, I'm sorry. I like to get some money back.
I started reacting
Yeah,
more, but
Yeah, Jack's full 9.
Suited computer hand for GA. First to act. Gonna get out of the way. Suited gapper for pokerline, also getting out of the way. And tip, just calling the straddle. Ace 10 of clubs. Wes, 2 black snowmen out of the small blind, raises to 45. Levi's never folded a king deuce offsuit out of the straddle in his life before, so why start now? He's in there. 3 players to the flop.
Wow, and Tip just flops the absolute nuts.
Heat check.
I think it's a really good line for him to just have flatted the $6 pre. A lot of people would raise his hand, obviously ace 10 suited, but he understands, I think, the position he's in and who's on the straddle, who's in the blinds, and they're very likely to raise a lot of time. So he probably doesn't want to raise it and get 3-bet with ace 10, which is not, it's a strong hand, but it's marginal at times. Obviously flops the world and can let West just kind of continue as a pre-flop aggressor. So letting the action tracker catch up. I think it was 40 pre, 2 callers, flop West bet. I think it was 80 into 120. Easy call obviously for Tiep, and now West makes it 160. Tiep kind of wants to charge more. Raises to 500.
Oh, wow.
Shows it just so the table knows he's not full of it, but I think.
Could be for the high hand promotion as
Oh,
well.
that's true, yeah. Mystery high hands in at Champions. Yep, high hand. I wouldn't have minded one more flat there. Again, it's the same concept. You're only getting called by better when you raise there, and you're just folding out worse. So when you do raise there and you get called, it's a lot of the time ace king or a better ace. Like not that he's losing to ace jack ace queen, but he'll only get called by ace queen, ace jack, and ace king, which if he's blocking anyways with ace 10. So the raise doesn't really accomplish much there. You're hoping to get called by ace jack, ace queen to bloat the pot, but a lot of the times your opponent isn't going to have the hand, so you kind of want to just let them hang themselves on the river, especially when you have position. So yeah, I like the sizing from Wes on the button. 75 after the $15 straddle, and then, or I guess $15 raise and then 2 callers.
Gets the queen nines to fold, and here we go, heads up to the flop. The ace 10 offsuit. Out of position and flopping open-ended. Backdoor spades.
Yeah, Romain with the best of it. It's just definitely weird because he didn't add on after the previous 2 hands that he had kind of lost. So his stack size is in a weird spot for him to have called that 3-bet to 75. It's basically almost 1/10 of his stack. So it puts him in weird positions post-flop. Like now he's, after going check-check, he's going to lead this turn, which isn't really the best card for him. The flop was a lot better for him to just lead into. And then now that he's leading on this card that is a lot better for Wes's range, he's kind of going to get punished for it. So he's going to have to hope now that he hits, you know, one of his 10 outs, ace, jack, or 6. Does not. It is a scare card. which Romain could technically represent given that he checked pre. But he would have to choose a sizing that polarizes with his spades, and he decides to check and take his ace-high showdown value. So does Wes. I don't mind the check from Wes because you're obviously never getting called by a bluff, and then you're only getting raised by spades, so it's a fine check with showdown.
Always nice to have position and be able to check it back if you need to. Just take it to showdown and realize what showdown value you had.
Oh, was he? Sorry, I was thinking Jack's full, but he got.
Just to
Oh, I think it's the ace full. Yeah, you're right.
just in time to tell him.
Sick needle by Silver there. Reminding Romain that Jack's full.
You guys down to start
Not
taking
good
games?
enough for the high hand.
I
want to do 24/7 big game.
I like it.
Every time, just put it back on.
I like
Might
it.
as well.
You can never get anybody from stream to agree with that.
I do. I want to.
Silver now with the ace-9 suited. Worked out well for Daniel earlier up against ace-king of Romain.
Does Wes know about the hand?
We've been doing 20.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he's really just trying to buy the button with a suited gapper like 7-4. I mean, Dan's not commentating tonight. Dan's out dealing on the floor.
I want to point out if you do a
All of our great cash games going on, and our 12K guarantee that bumped up to 14K.
That seems to be the language that people understand.
But Silver flopping the world here. Top pair nut flush draw.
This is what happens when you try to get in there with 7-4 for Dan.
I did see Dan win a sizable pot with it last night.
I do like this hand as a check raise. You have top pair nut flush draw. If you're behind a better ace, you're okay with getting the money in and building a pot. A lot of times those better aces won't be able to fold, so that check raise is fine.
Are you passing out down there?
Keep adding on. You got the show to take the.
Yeah,
course.
I think so.
Okay. Because last night or
They would discuss it.
I was like, it was confusing.
Always have to show to get rid of the button.
Yeah.
No, he means to win the splash pot.
Oh, to win the
They're
splash.
doing 160 total.
Okay.
20 each.
I'll bring it up.
actually.
So this is a fun way to.
160 total.
This is a fun way that we've been adding this. If you want to, if you win like the splash pot, you still have to show your hand. If you don't show your hand, you have to re-ante the splash into the pot.
Even if you, like,
Even if you
forget,
want. So if you win the splash and you don't show, you have to re-put the splash in for the next hand.
The entire splash is stays.
Yes.
Right?
Good.
Good.
All right.
It's fine. If I get a double up
Negotiate.
out of it, I don't care about that.
Everybody agreeing
Yeah. You
to the
win
nice
pot.
little wrinkle on the Nick game. For those unfamiliar, those red buttons in front of each player, those are nit buttons. You'll also see yellow dots next to each player's names in the graphics. Indicates they have not won a hand yet. You have to win a hand and show your hand in order to get rid of the nit button. Last player holding a nit button
So you can decide in
owes
like 45 minutes or so.
dead money out of their own stack
Whether you do one or two spots.
to the next hand. Gets put out as a splash pot.
split it into two.
Everybody's got a shot at it, including the losing player.
They used to always do.
The wrinkle in it, what Tish was saying, is that you have to show the winning hand for the splash pot, and if you don't, then you don't collect the splash money, just
I think it
the rest of the
depends,
pot.
Dylan. Like I'm more apt to doing two if it's like $50 per player or something. That's
Nice
plus
flop here for the sevens of silver,
Yeah, one
but
gotta do one.
Wes and Levi both with flush draws.
This is super cool when the Nick game starts and you have players that are willing to play a multitude, a range of hands for the Nick game, for the content, for all of us viewers and chat at home. But yeah, this is basically what happens. Like, Wes 3-bets a suboptimal hand, Levi calls with the suboptimal hand, and then Silver flats with, you know, the best hand that he could possibly have in this spot. Wes makes it 150, Levi ships it. Silver's going to call off with open-ended, and Wes just has so much equity with the pair
Yeah.
flush draw here. You can't ever think that you're dead. And he does go all in, so it's going to put Silver to the test now, because Silver only called the 500. Not sure I agree with Silver's flat, because, yeah, when Wes has a hand like he does here, he's just going to rejam. Silver does make the call, it looks like, so pretty sick.
And sounds
Pretty
like they're
sick hand.
going once. Surprisingly, no change there.
Stupid Nick game.
Wow,
And
the straight.
best hand getting better at the end. Silver, the best of it from start to finish. Very nice size pot there for him. And it gets rid of the net button as well. And the early look at First Blood, Wes, Romain, and now Levi all losing their initial buy-ins. GA losing half his initial buy-in, getting quartered in his all-in moment. And Silver way out in front currently, up 2,100. Daniel nearly 1,000 in the green. Tip and the poker line not too far behind that. Stick around, these stacks are gonna get deep. Only hand number 11. We've had, what, 4 all-ins? 3 of them getting called off. Pretty action night so far already.
Yeah, pretty sick for 1-3 for only 6 hands have been dealt, and you know, someone being basically stuck 1-3 wise, almost 6 buy-ins, someone up 7 buy-ins. But that's just like the 1-3 or the types of game you're gonna see in Texas, especially at Champions. So long night of poker left to be played.
Oh, the ace. The ace.
Ace high hearts. Ace.
Pasta God saying, this is why we watch. Do appreciate all of you tuning in. If you haven't already, it's never too early to drop us a like, and if you're new here, definitely hit that subscribe button as well.
Yeah.
Like I mentioned, we do these cash games
You want to sell me 5 in red?
live pretty regular, usually 4 days out of the week.
3. Some red.
Lydia, did you relay?
And upcoming at the end of the month, we have Poker Go Tour coming back to Houston, not only for another cash festival,
Just at least 100.
very big games on the way,
They go in just the same.
but we also have the Poker Go Tour, the Texas Open,
Is that all the money?
$2 million main event. It's a 3,300 buy-in.
They got an 18 right there.
Plenty of step satellites going on currently for that. People can win their way into that main event. Don't have to buy in for 3,300.
I thought it was such a good flop too. Just suck out on.
Can buy in for 75 into step 1 or 550 into step 2 and just win your way up. Cash, and you're free rolling everybody else in that main event.
Some big pots tonight, huh? Really?
Shenanigans.
Oh, I called because they called.
Yeah, I know what cards red.
Just 5 players to the flop now. Comes 10 high with 2 hearts. GA. Top pair and reaching for chips.
I should tell my mom to not watch the stream, huh?
To watch. Pain incoming.
Go ahead and turn that shit off.
Top pair versus bottom pair.
To go. Went on state.
Sorry, not bottom pair.
That I played poker stream.
'Cause now both players have bottom pair on the
It was a
board.
good time, but the day after the day, I said, "Yeah, I'm playing on the live stream tomorrow. Tune in if you'd like. Tuned in.
She never called you back.
I lost 6K.
Yeah. She's like, yup.
Yeah,
We-
this guy's on
That makes her think you're...
we are no longer dating.
This is not gonna work.
Why? If you can lose 6K, you have to be rich.
Right, that's what I was
Yeah.
but also like
But they're not thinking that.
Yeah.
You have a different way of seeing it.
Not how they see it. It's not the way.
Gambleaholic.
Yeah.
right there.
Degenerate.
Did you text her back, say, I usually lose 8K?
That wasn't that bad. That was about 6.
I usually use more.
Was it 1-3?
It was not actually.
5-5, right?
It was a 5-5 game. Brutal.
Alright, I lost 10K at 1-3.
Well, at least it's not 60K.
Oh my God.
After the stream, when we played the other day.
Bro,
Go out there and
Wednesday.
lost 60K.
He's a gambler.
I don't know if he's a gambler.
He has a lot of money, yeah. He plays big games.
8 re-raise.
Played with him a couple times.
That's good.
9 code, 50. 1 vote.
First hand, guys. I'm like a knit today.
3
oh my
vote.
god, I forgot the name.
I've been trying to create action.
Oh my god.
He's won more than that in a session.
I've been trying to play 2 games.
He's won more than that in a session before.
5
So
codes.
he plays,
Really?
He plays
3
big games.
players.
Like,
Like 6 figures.
Nice.
First action on 5.
Go for it. If you can afford it, go for it, man.
5 checks. 8 checks. 9 checks.
I'm
Turn
sure
around.
60 still hurts.
First action on 5.
Triple nines on board now.
5 checks.
King, queen.
8 bits.
The high cards in the lead. But Tish leading out for 75. See what Levi and Romain do here. They do get out of the way.
Getting crushed, but I was about to. I had Jack 10.
You had Jack 10? Oh, that's a good flop for Jack
Yeah,
10.
it's not bad.
I think a bet would have taken it down.
But then
No.
move to the 3.
Well, he's behind me though. Because if I raise you, I'm kind of scared.
Yeah. That kind of makes it
I
tough.
was gonna see where you were at. I thought you had ace high there, so I thought I could get you off it.
Yeah, I was not folding ace sign.
Yeah.
So no one has extra cash on them?
Extra what?
Extra cash.
That
You need
was
some
Toronto
what? I need
15 on
1,000.
7.
I got cash. I mean, can I sell you? Yeah. If you're okay with it. It's up to you, but I'll sell you right now for 1,000.
Fiending.
I can't play with
Yeah, I
you.
know.
Fiending.
He's like, I'm trying to rip it in every hand. If I can't, I need a bigger stack.
No, I don't want to rip it every hand. I want playability, but this is
Is that the straddle?
Yes.
this goes in on the flop.
If everybody folds, I give it my nib up.
Let me give you my number on the stream that way.
9 raises.
We'll mute ourselves.
Yeah,
Whenever both of us fold, we'll go for the.
Yeah, whenever you're ready.
1 vote. 2 vote.
Okay.
3 vote. 4 vote.
Getting spam called on the stream then.
6 vote.
You guys have to hold hands when you exit, though.
Alright, someone over here will win.
Code 50. Hands up.
Chop, 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 chop.
First action on 7. 7 checks.
50.
5 bits. 50.
Top pair open ended.
7 code.
Leads for 50. Gets a quick call by Wes.
First action on 7. 7 checks.
Board pairs. 2 per for both players. Levi still way out in front.
Yeah. I don't off the top of my head.
7 codes.
Yeah, that looks a lot better than that.
425.
It might not be a code. You might have to just, if you click on it, it might have a pop-up.
Diamonds come in
7 checks.
Jack.
for nobody and goes check check real quick there. And there's a win for Levi.
Not like that
Euro
ace.
reg stuff.
Worst card for me.
But Then move to the 4.
Euro rig stack.
What? Yeah.
Daniel, can you turn on your microphone?
Damn, no one's heard what you
Hear
said
some
all
munching
night.
on the stream? We'll hear some munching on the stream.
5 shadow 6 on
People want to hear what you got to say, man.
No, I have so much to say.
Please tell us.
This is the first time I've played on a stream with like the full mics.
Yeah, the whole night.
What's the origin story? Tell us.
I'm in Toronto.
Okay.
Yeah. I go to Rice.
Okay. What do you do there?
Business major. That's my origin story. That's what we got so far.
That's me, in a nutshell.
So your origin story is pretty recent then.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out what my
It's 30.
origin story
30.
is.
It's 30.
30?
Sorry. Double check. 30. Raises 30. Re-raise 100 on 6. 7, 9, both.
What are you drinking? What is it? Old fashioned?
4 calls.
What is that?
Hands up.
What is that?
A couple players away from the table. Somebody
First action on 6.
folded jacks away from the table. It was silver, actually. Wow, he would have flopped top set.
Sounds kind of good. I've never had one.
You never had a whiskey
I
sour?
only had old fashions. Yeah.
It does come out all diamonds.
Should I try one?
It's pretty sick that the case jack comes out for Daniel to hit top pair. Tip not completely dead. He has a gutter ball. And he can obviously, oh my god, he hits it. It's not the best one, but he can rep diamonds a lot of the time too, which I think he understands. He has value from his straight and he can rep in position.
Watch out for cars.
And yeah, Daniel just has to fold in that spot. So Tip able to get rid of his nit one.
Not even a flush.
Oh,
You gotta use the nit button as a ramp.
But then move to the flash.
dang it. So close.
Bunch of grown men playing with chips.
Gotta live a little, guys.
Yeah, got a little bit.
Need to color our base.
Abel, if you're still in chat, make sure you let your boy know he folded top set, but looks like it actually worked out for him. All those diamonds on board, and then that gut shot fills in immediately for Boomer.
My red chip leader now?
He probably would have 4-bet or something along the way, but yeah, if they saw a flop and then the turn, he might lose a bit of money, not a lot, but a decent amount.
So the best sessions I had, I was down like a lot.
West Cutshall with the Euro stack, as little chips as possible, but enough to match and cover the table.
Some of your biggest sessions always start down here.
Right? If you start really hot and good, you fucking end up dumping it.
Some of my
I know,
worst
but it's
sessions
might
I
be
was
because I'm
also
drinking
down a
more.
lot.
I might drink it more.
First
Your
four
worst
session.
The more I have, the more loose I start playing. Start catching up to you.
Yeah, that's right. Then you're like, man, I gotta add on 2,000 to go all in next hand.
I think the cool thing about the 1-3 match is that a lot of the time these guys don't care if they have the nip button or not. Still, they're willing to get it in with any type of suited connector, or even connected hands. Doesn't even have to be suited.
It's a gift. Here, give me that hundo.
And then we get to go multi-way, Texas heads up, in a bloated pot.
You're not special. You have more reds than him.
7 players.
Yeah.
First session on 6.
Check.
6 check. 7 check. 8 check.
So the lion raising this pre-flop to $20 and just flopping the second nuts, the wheel. Pretty great feeling when you're the pre-flop aggressor and you flop second nuts like this. He continues 75 into 120 when it checks to him. Tip's gonna call with top pair, backdoor flush draw. Daniel with a pair and open-ended. Makes a pretty tight fold, I think, given the action. But I guess he just has a second sense.
Deuce of spades on the turn. Pairing the board. Shouldn't really change much if Lion thinks that Tip has a pair, pocket pair, and set, and then turn into boat. It is what it is, but you have to keep going for value when you flop second nuts like this. It'd be sick if Tip does anything crazy like raise, but does decide to just flat. Understands that Lion still has his nit button, could be blasting off with ace high. This is a really good spot for Lion to try to go for a lot of value, given that he still has a nit button. The nit button and the nit game always create this super weird dynamic where you're going to have a lot more bluffs a lot of the time. So you can always size up on your river bets. And he does exactly do just that. Looks like 900, if I'm not mistaken. Over pot size bet. Yeah, love this bet. You have the nit button still. You have a lot of ace highs. You're the pre-flop aggressor. You made it $20 pre. And if they jam on you, you're just going to call off. If they have a boat, they have a boat. But a lot of the time, there's no fold equity. So you're fine with it. And you just know that you have the goods a lot of the time, and they have to call you light just because of the nit button. And a regular dynamic, they're probably not going to call you light. So you could always go smaller. But this bet's just really good from the line. I'll give you your flowers sometimes, Harry. This is one of those spots. This is one of those things you can take back to your games as a recreational player or whatever it might be. Just understanding not what your opponent might have, but how they perceive you. And that's not to say like, oh, you should be putting on the nit game at your home games or whatever, but if you're at a table and you understand that the table perceives you a certain way, whether you're aggressive or whether you're tight, you can always take advantage of your own image and use it here, specifically in this spot with the nit button. And he will show it, so.
I said good bluff.
Yeah, good bluff. Ace high bluff, good bluff.
Yeah. Ace low wheel.
I almost called because he had.
But yeah, those tips are really good coming from Andrew. Another one to think about is don't invite the poker line to your home game.
That is true.
He raises a lot with sets.
So yeah, you do know that, like Tip just said, that he really did think about calling the lion there. So when you get your opponent to think about spots like that where they're calling very marginal, you know you made the right bet.
You win a mystery.
Even though he doesn't get paid the maximum of that spot, he was almost about to, which is as good as you can get a lot of the time.
It's actually like a punishment.
Didn't they do that at like whatever that high stakes poker is?
No game enough for you.
Yeah, no
That'd
game
be
enough.
fun. I know at the lodge they did a mystery
Poker line getting rewarded with his good play with pocket sixes.
Yeah, how do you
See one of the sixes in the muck, and we see ace king yet again for Romaine. 3 bets to 100.
Reality show game.
Yeah, I start the hand with 19.
Like Game of Gold?
Yeah, kind of like that, but like, or like, like phone a friend.
I think it's a standard spot for our lion to just call here and set mine. They're both deep enough. You can print a lot of time. You're just hoping for, ace 6 flop at this point. It's close. King 8-5, not the exact flop, but it's probably gonna go check bet fold, and Romaine should be able to get rid of his nit button unless he downsizes. He goes for the same sizing as his pre-flop bet. Lion might float here. There's a lot of good turns for him, and yeah, he does in fact call. Obviously 6 or 7 is what we would want to see. 9 or 4 is all right, but brick on the turn basically, so Lion's probably done with this.
Every hour. It resets, so now the new high hand.
Yeah.
Romaine's probably thinking back to the second hand that he lost with his ace king and thinking, am I running into a set or something? Does continue, 250 into 360 it was. Like the sizing. You could probably always polarized in this specific spot because of the Nick game as well. Oh. Okay, he does show. He was about to not show. I was gonna.
I know some dealers here that.
Oh.
Give me that shit.
Oh, wow.
The cards right out of
Give
them.
the dealer a
Yeah.
round penalty.
I
Yeah.
could have told you guys what he had anyway.
Did she remind him?
You knew what I had.
Yeah, but
Can't
I had
remind the players to
back
show
doors,
their
too.
hand.
Right. So I thought Romain was about to forget it, and it seems like he was.
With the pair.
Could be wrong. But I was saying, because you have the nit button there, you could probably polarize and get, just like how Lion polarized in that other spot, you could probably size up and go, because I think he went 250, you could go 300, 400 into the pot of 360, and just make your opponent think a lot of the time, call you down lighter than they normally would.
On the flop.
When you go like 2/3, 3/4 like that, it just looks so value-y. I know he wants to squeak out a bit more value and then also get rid of his nit button, but if you're trying to maximize your profits in spots like that, you do want to polarize, especially when you have like something like the nit button, or you just have this image of being tilted or whatever stuck.
Tish finally with a real hand. I guess he doesn't have any side bets going on with how high his VPIP is for the night. Hasn't caught a lot of hands so far, or just not the best card distribution so far.
I'll take ace king over there. That's just a turn.
Wes and Daniel still with the nit button. I think Daniel should have just been more aggressive with his hand pre-flop, otherwise he should have gotten rid of it. It's not a hand that... I understand why he's playing it because of the nit game, but when you play hands like this for the nit game, you want to be more in the lead, controlling the betting.
It's too passive.
Yeah.
For a hand like this.
If you're going to play something like 7-4 for Dan, you just want to have the betting lead unless you can recognize that, you know, the other person you're up against is a specific type of player. So you never want to go multi-way with a hand this marginal. You just have a lot of reverse implied odds. You're going to be losing $200 playing the nit game anyways. You might lose more playing a hand like that if you're not just aggressive out the gate. So
yeah, I mean, that was 50 to see the flop there. You do that a couple times like that, and you're just slowly bleeding over time.
right, I think is it 200 for the splash pot for the nit game?
Yes.
So yeah, you do that 4 times just to try to get rid of the nit button, and you're already in for whatever you played the splash pot with. So it's better to take the initiative in that spot. Like if he raises pre and then he gets 3-bet, he just gets rid of it. But at least he tried to make a move. Whereas being passive last act, $50, it's kind of just lighting on fire.
Actually, in tournaments though.
But I respect it for playing the 8-4 because a lot of people just fold those types of hands, not even trying to get rid of the nit button.
Yeah, I think all of the stream knows Dan loves his 7-4. I love my 7 deuce. Sometimes nice to play some trash hands and know exactly where you're at with them. Easy to get off of them.
And I think we have 2 more people with the nit button, GA and Daniel. So GA defending. I think this is okay of a spot because you know the other guy's out of the nit game, and then your hand's super marginal. It's super easy to get away from. There's not a lot of the time like where it's like 6-4 suited and you get a lot of reverse implied odds. It's an easy fold in this spot.
What a flop for 10-7 here.
Yeah, and
another
Levi just flops the nuts.
Hit the muck already.
Or second nuts. Yeah, and then Silver has 2 pair top bottom, so this one's gonna get big. No nit button involved. Interesting. So 60 and then check raise into 150. I like the check raise. You have a lot of 10Xs and sets. Silver does call. Let's just see if it can run clean for Levi. Is a brick turn.
Jack Badoogie on the board.
I haven't seen too many Badoogies, but goes a bit smaller, 200, and gets a raise. All in. This kind of escalated too quickly. Yeah, I don't like it. It progressed too quickly. If Levi wants to print in this spot, he has to at least think about it. When he does that, it's too strong. If Silver can sniff it out, it should be a pretty easy fold. He's shipping it for
Last week. Show me one.
1,800.
Not last week, 3 weeks ago. You showed me one. Snap call.
I can't show you one. But I'll take the 500 you already put in.
Yeah, the 200 into 400 was 50% pot. It's not the worst. You get a lot of value from the exact hands that Silver has. You're also getting calls from sets.
I can't beat Queen 10.
You're kind of like just so happy to see Silver raise, like insta raise you 300 more, but you really have to think about it, because if he is raising you for $300 more, a lot of the time, not a lot of the time, but sometimes he will have Queen 10, which just, you know, beats you. When you jam, you're getting snapped off. And then obviously you want his bluffs to stay in there, and you want his worst hands to stay in there as well. When you jam like this, and especially snap jam, it's a lot easier for someone to get away.
19.
Yeah, it's just too big of a jam. Yeah, 1,500 more to call to win 2,900. With top bottom, there's too many things you lose to.
I double checked.
Let's be real, we all did.
Me too.
It's like, it's always hard to find like live tells in poker. I'm not gonna say like live tells are a myth or whatever. I have probably plenty of live tells that I don't even know myself, but not everyone's gonna recognize live tells. In this spot specifically, Levi's just so comfortable. He shipped it, like auto shipped it after Silver raised, and then
Show me one.
I think Silver said he folded. Yeah. Oh no, sorry.
Look what I got. Jack 8.
Good hand. It's 2 pair.
Oh yeah, he did say he folded, and he wants to see it. He would have paid $100 to see it.
You got me last time when we were all in. I think I got you this time.
Oh wow. But then again, Levi does have an image. I play with Levi, super cool dude.
I went.
Not sure if he's capable of bluffing in this spot specifically, or having worse, but like I know Levi is a pretty aggressive player, and that's why Silver wants to call off.
He's got what, 19? I know for some reason I feel you got a set. I think the set.
Don't have a set.
You don't have a set.
And then yeah, he's just doing too much talking. When someone says something like that, and I've fallen into this trap multiple times. When someone says I don't have X hand that beats you, it means they have a hand that beats you.
Suited 17?
They just don't have the specific hand that you called out. So yeah, I don't have a set, but I have a straight. Yeah, I don't have a set, but I have a better 2 pair than you.
7-10 suited. Wow.
Yep. So like it's there's too many tells sometimes. It is better to stay quiet.
Good fold.
Because Silver was thinking about calling, right? So nice hand to Levi though.
Like 5, 6.
It flopped it, bro. 6-7. Go ahead, bro.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
I
I get some food.
Whiskey sour for Kyle. And Moscow Mule for me.
Just the water.
Anyone else?
Get the New York
The only one drinking?
with topo. Medium rare.
Sad day.
I do appreciate that whiskey sour that got sent to me. Just now received it not too long ago.
Good fold. I didn't think you're that strong either.
Yeah,
I told you I didn't have a
but
set
the
or
straight
Queen
is there.
10.
I mean, it's,
Probably gonna come 8 on the river.
That would have been a good time to slow roll if he did have Queen 10 though.
Yeah. Didn't flop the nuts, I flopped straight.
It's pretty slim, dude. You even said it, flop not skip.
Always interested by what drinks and food the live stream players get.
He called it before it happened.
Creme brulee, definitely a fan favorite.
It wasn't the nuts, but it was a straight.
Good enough.
It's like check dark and nuts.
Yeah, effective nuts.
Might as well have been the nuts.
Surprised you didn't pay it off 2 pair, honestly.
Bro.
That's a good fold. I thought you had like ace jack. or something.
you know, the way it played, it was 20.
I tried to
I
snap
wanted
rip
to, bro.
like
I
poker
wanted to,
through.
but you know, if you probably 700, I mean 1,000, maybe. I don't know.
Hey, at least you were drawing live.
I wanted to make it look more bluffy.
That great. You say you want to make it bluffy?
More bluffy if I just open rip like that.
Just a pair for silver on this flop. Two other players sticking around with high cards and hopes and dreams. Silver not wanting to make two pair here. That would fill in the gut shot for GA and for... Sorry, both of them just hitting pairs at the end. GA and Romain. But Romain with the better kicker.
And never regret a pot one.
Should be a snap call from him, man. It doesn't even matter if the other person has a king. It is what it is, yeah. 30 into 170 is... It's one of those spots where it's like, I hate it because it's so small, it just feels like value, but you just call off and it is what it is.
Specifically with GA, though, and that's just because I've seen him play for a little over 10 hours now. Two previous streams that he's played with us. He's super aggressive. If he has something, he puts all of his chips in. So he really never goes small if he's super strong. And here we have a look at our VPIP. How often players are voluntarily putting money into the pot. Very active table. Everybody north of 20%. Most players north of 30%. And the most important stat, who's up, who's down, who's sideways and tilted. It's Romain and Wes on bottom currently. Wes down nearly 2,000. Romain down nearly 1,200.
It's funny, Tish is at the bottom at 20% and his VPIP was a lot higher last week. And he was crushing last week. He needs to get his VPIP up, that's what it is.
We'll have to put the Astros game on.
Bet they can put it on for you.
I'm gonna discount for you.
Oh, what a great time. Your head's up in the Nick game and you look down at pocket aces. There's really no more better run good than that on the stream. GA obviously going to have to defend. Doesn't matter what he has. You're going to have to hope that you win or someone else wins. No, man, not the best time for the line to wake up with a 3-bet.
That's my favorite kind of.
Obviously, pretty standard in the small blind out of position, 3-bet king queen, but yeah.
Oh, jeez.
The question now for the line is he going to lull himself into thinking that Daniel's trying to get rid of his nip one? Probably not. It's not worth it. Just, yeah.
Pokerline giving him credit. They haven't played together before. And Pokerline also realizing that if he makes the fold, he's going to get to see it immediately.
It's expensive. I'm going to Target for like their like specialty.
Yeah, they have like some cool like extra shit. Yeah. Different.
I want to get like chicken.
It's been a while since I pulled Queen's Pre.
HEB for that, right?
Yeah. I like HEB.
doing his best Vegas Viet impersonation, lying about his hand. Viet, known for never telling the truth about what he had.
Yeah, dude. Talk about HEB.
But it's never.
Bobby Fillet, are you really going up to Dallas right now? Our mod god in chat spent
There's too many factors. That
quite a good time here down in Houston with us.
What did you have?
Went over, played at the lodge, and now reportedly going to Dallas.
I'll be in Dallas, well, Fort Worth area tomorrow with all those other content creators, so if that's where you're going, Bobby, I'll see you there tomorrow.
Nice. And then good to see Alex Bodensteiner in chat as well.
That's it. That's it.
It's a nice German name if I've ever seen one.
You don't want to be labeled in it.
West with the great sizing because of the splash pot.
Sometimes we just feel
Yeah.
able to knit anyway.
This easily takes down $200.
Damn, no one tried it.
Asian aces, Jack 10 suited.
Start another one?
Like one.
Who lost
got
it?
punished for it.
Is he gonna have it? Yeah, I want to start another one.
Yeah, I'm in for.
They're ready to go 24/7 knit game. Up to the loser, of course, if they want to do it and when they want to do it.
That's fine.
And GA is down, which means another round of knit game back to back. This is not your average 1-3 game. This is Texas 1-3. And if you also want to try to get your name in the mix and play in this game, fill out the questionnaire. Somewhere posted in the chat, I assume, Kyle. Pinned somewhere.
Oh, I'm on it.
Yeah, fill out the questionnaire and all that stuff, the good stuff, and then you can also be put on the list to play in these streams, which are obviously great action. You want to put yourself to the test, you think you can crush these guys, go ahead and throw your name in the ring.
Open invitation for all the chat pros out there. Link is posted in chat. It's also always in the YouTube description box on these streams. Fill out the form. Lets us know what stakes, what game format you're interested in playing. But do keep in mind there is some high demand to get onto this stream. So some of these lineups do get put together week or a couple weeks in advance.
That was so funny. So this was like the first hand of the knit game, and it goes like raise 35, and I think it was 5 people call, and then Tiep wakes up with ace queen and makes it 250. And I think there were 2 or 3 people that considerably tanked with just like suited connectors or like paint cards offsuit. And it's the knit game. Not a lot of streams that we have create this dynamic with the knit game, but sometimes there will be games where people just level themselves into, you know, saying you don't have it, and they're gonna level themselves into bad calls pre-flop.
Show me again.
I saw that one.
Yeah, I can see that.
Damn.
Okay, you don't want that.
You already had a queen.
You don't need 2 though. Not on the button.
Space is both.
Let me see.
Come on. Pocket queens one time.
And the 9 raises 50. One goes.
I love how in the first knit game, Levi was like saying how the knit game's stupid because he was quote unquote forced to play a hand like 4 deuce suited, which was the one that he stacked off with Wes against Silveron. You don't have to play these hands, guys, when you're in the knit game. I get the reason, because you don't want to be labeled as a knit and you're trying to get rid of your button, but you can always find a better spot. There's still 8 knit buttons out there. Levi raises to 50 after the $15 straddle, and he gets 3 callers. Tiep, one of which doesn't even have a knit button, so this is a good stream for sure. Once again, Wes, pair flush draw, just like the first time in the knit game. Levi with a pair backdoor flush draw. Lion's probably going to get out of the way. Tiep might float, given that he has second pair, and the other 2 people have knit buttons. This is a really good spot for Wes to check raise, but he does decide to just realize his equity and flat here, multi-way. Gets there on the turn. This is kind of why I would have preferred the check raise. You want to kind of build a pot when you do get there, but it is fine. He doesn't want to, I think he doesn't want to bloat the pot like the first time around. Levi going for it at this point. 350 into 370, pot size bet. Tiep kind of put to a decision. He has open-ended now with the pair. Easily gets away though, because he knows he's going to be able to see it. If he got bluffed, then so be it. But Levi, yeah, turning 2 pair, obviously no good. 3 outs left, 3 clean outs left in the deck. Now it comes down to Wes. Do you want to raise in this spot or flat? Do you think Levi is still bluffing here? Do you want to keep his bluffs in? Does he have a hand that will credibly call a raise? Decides to go with the flat. Doesn't want to get the pot too bloated. You want your opponent to keep bluffing if they do have ace-x bluffs in this spot. Or just, given that it's Levi, he could have anything, right? So if he does have bluffs, you want to keep him letting him fire at it. And if he does have value, he's just going to hang himself and value on himself. So River's a 4 of hearts, not the best card for Wes, but he does have third nuts. He does just lead out. 600. Levi does fold. I think it's a bad river card, obviously, for Wes to get value. And they say good river, but nice hand, Wes. It would have been interesting, like I said, if Wes had check raised that flop, gets her on the turn. He could either continue on that turn or just check it to Levi, who would probably bet pretty sizably given that he turns 2-pair. And then you can kind of pile the money in at that point. Maybe get a bit more value than what he did in that pot. But getting rid of the nip button is value in itself. So, nice hand.
Thank you.
1 fold, 2 fold, 3 raise, 7 5, 4 folds, 5 folds.
I just realized this basically isn't a 1-3 at this point, given that there's a double shadow, 1-3, 6, 15. This is basically the same thing as our 5-5 from yesterday, which is basically a 5-5, 10 or 5-5, 10, 20. The pre-flop raise there was 75, which is
That'll do it.
pretty big. Basically, our 5-5, 10 openings are 30 to 50, so this game's playing just as big as our Thursday 5-5, 10 game.
And no real shocker there. We've said it before, we'll say it again. These games always play big, not just in Texas, but especially here at Champions. Levi, when he made his stream debut here, was playing in a 1-3 probably just over a month ago. And same buy-in, 1K buy-ins, but had over 10,000 in his stack to end the night. Was one of multiple 10K stacks to end the night. And then in our 5-5 game last night, we also did have a stack Trolp ending up with just over 24,000 in his stack.
Oh yeah, that was a sick one with the pocket queens that he called off on. Shout out to Kevin for that bluff attempt.
Sick move. Board pairs on this turn card.
Yeah, Queen 9-3, 2 diamonds. Romaine had position and was a pre-flop aggressor. I would have liked it for him to c-bet on that flop, given it checked to him. He doesn't have to go big. Small bet, folds out like basically no pair hands. And you'll get called by hands of value, obviously. So you quickly figure out where you are with a c-bet when you're in position, and you don't even have to go big. At this point, he does call the $60 turn bet from Levi. Don't think it's a bad con in. The problem is, at this point, you kind of have to go for it, I feel like. You're losing to a lot worse. Yeah, I mean, I guess they chop it up, but if, yeah, he shows it. Yeah, I'm not sure if Romaine's kind of playing different given the start of the game, but I feel like a lot of time in position he would fire that flop when it checks to him.
300 left, I was gonna call.
It's like, it's not that you don't have any equity, it's just that your position's so good, you're the pre-flop aggressor, the nit game is on, and the straddle and under the gun straddle both, they don't have a lot of those Queen X hands or diamonds, so. Yeah, and then even Harry says it, like, how do you just call turn? You don't really have any equity whatsoever, so. Yeah, there's no real reason to call 60 there unless you're willing to blast off on the river.
Too scared to bet, but willing to.
Yeah, right.
Especially when it checks.
Like a shit, like just hating it.
Yeah, the logic checks out.
Yeah.
Okay, guys.
Coulda, woulda.
Every time.
3 raise, 50, 4 folds, 5 folds.
Are those in pretty good?
Heads up to the flop here. Silver bumped it up to 50 with a suited ace king and 7 deuce straddle defense.
I was pretty drunk at the golf course like 2 days ago.
Pretty good flop for ace king.
I was like, man, I need to sober up. So I was like, my friend had an addy. I popped an addy, and then the other guy had his in. I hadn't done the 6 yet. But that shit in my mouth kicked my ass.
7 Dewey going nowhere.
Shit, I'm like, whoa.
A lot of turn cards can actually improve him, including that 6 of clubs. Open-ended now.
You do it in a tumbler. It really don't hurt, really?
It's a lot. Except if I go on left side.
I've done it twice, and I got nauseous every time.
Yeah,
I don't, but I've never smoked cigarettes. I don't smoke nicotine vapes. I don't do any of that shit. So I think the nicotine just kicks my ass.
Decides to throw out $30 into 204.
Dude, I was like,
And quick raise there by Silver.
High school, this guy put the blood guts in my Sonic cup. I didn't know.
$404 going into this river card. 7 deuce bricks out. Ace king with the check mark.
He's like, yeah, take it. And he didn't tell me you have to spit.
But not going to get any value out of 7 high.
So what's the difference?
Well, this is straight nicotine.
Go. Peter's off.
Tobacco's just
like tar.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
King Jack.
So it's a lot more cleaner.
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely like a there's a threshold, right?
Do you mind if I take one?
I think it just goes.
Courtesy shown by Silver. Tabling the king.
Which one is in for the first time?
Third time.
Third time you've had his in?
Yeah. I don't do nicotine. I don't like nicotine.
I always try to take new drugs on the stream.
Huh?
I always try to take new drugs on the
My
stream.
college friends would just
Oh,
have one in their mouth when we went out.
Dude, I always
It's like the zin's kicking in. Oh, I gotta go.
in like drop sides. There's not a window where
Yeah,
I
you're
don't have
just
to
like
turn
this
it on.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
basically, right?
It just keeps me dialed in, honestly. Like, that's what nicotine does. It's a stimulant.
Dials you in.
Yeah.
It's the legal version of cocaine, I guess.
Literally.
Pretty much.
Hot mic, hot mic. Hot mic, hot mic. You wanna go to the bathroom?
5 folds. 6 folds. 7 folds.
Call.
8 raise, 25.
Always
9
getting
call,
action.
25. 1 call, 25.
So I can check dark and flop the nuts again. Second nuts there.
2 calls,
What did you shit
25.
that dark? When you said that, I believed you too.
I thought the more I talked, the more
I believed it. No, I was pretty sure.
Check.
I
I also don't lie, I don't care.
When you said you had 10-7, that was the only hand you didn't respond to. No, then you said offsuit.
I said offsuit, yeah. No, he said 7-10 suit. I said no, they're not
When he
suited.
says I don't have a set, I don't have queen 10.
Yeah,
It's 10-7.
Yeah.
It's 10-7.
No, he said a set. I was like, you're getting closer. I don't have a set. They're not suited.
He sings the show like
3 spades on flop. And somehow, some way,
Make him wait for after the stream.
between 5 players and 10 cards, Tish, the only one with a single spade,
Do you have 10-7? Would you have said yes?
Yeah.
has a pair to go along with it.
10-7 off, yeah.
Yeah? Suited? No.
No, not
I don't have
10-7.
10-7.
Yeah, I don't.
It's the bottom 2 that leads. Silver with top.
I was gonna tell the truth the whole way. He either believes it or not, you know. You gotta stick with the story.
Deuce of hearts changing literally nothing.
2 bet, 225.
I didn't put him that strong though either. So.
Raise.
5, 6, 3 raise, 500. 8 folds.
The only flush draw gets out of the way with Silver's raise to 500.
Okay, 2 calls. Hands up.
Deuce of spades.
Oh, last time. Remember 2 diamond.
Yeah, I got to that.
Right on.
I think for Will, deuce diamond, bing. Oh my gosh.
2 pair.
3 checks. They both check.
He's trying to get me to play in PLO game. And then I was like, well,
6 tray gets it done. Check river.
3 folds.
That's Harry.
And pokerline gets rid of the net button. Nice little $1,300 pot there. Hand 28 of the evening. Believe we're actually about to have a dealer change as well.
Then move to the on the 9.
Lydia going out.
but you won't call me.
Giovanna
2 pair. Crazy.
coming in.
Well, no, because it was re-raise on you guys. If I re-raised him, he would have folded.
And if you've been here before, you know that at dealer changes, we usually run some slides like this one. April 24th through May 5th. It's the Texas Poker Open. Poker Go Tour and Champions Club putting this on.
I'm not scared.
And
I'll get an old
it's a $2 million guaranteed on the main event. So check that out. And also the 10K women's event coming up this Sunday, April 14th, noon start time, $200 buy-in, 30K starting stack, and 30-minute levels. Everybody loves our structures on our tournaments here at Champions in Houston, especially the ladies. Thursday night, we have PLO, 12K guaranteed, starts at 7 p.m., 20-minute levels, 180 buy-in, and you know PLO players, they like their rebuys. $100 only on those rebuys. Also have a single $100 add-on at the close of registration. And if Friday poker is your thing, 2-card poker, Fridays at 2, we have our Friday afternoon firecracker, 12K guarantee as well, 25K starting stack, 150 buy-in, 20-minute levels, and $100 rebuys and add-ons. That is currently going on in the room right now. And we are back to the table here.
Should have brought more cash. Well, they just won 3 lots. Because at one time, it was like at 11,000 in front of me. I was like, this is stupid. And then so I was like, all right, I'm only going to bring.
I think we're going to break the 10K stack today. I think it's going to happen.
So early.
Depends how many like double and triple straddles there.
It started crazy. It's kind of evened out now. It was fucking all in 3 hands. We were in the beginning. You were in every hand too. I was like, this is fucking
ebbs and flows, man.
I was just playing wild.
Me too.
Respect our blinds.
And my button. Double button.
I meant to make it 35. It's okay, I'll announce it.
We appreciate the honesty.
Mm-hmm.
That's why that one was weird. I was like,
Now we know what you have.
now you know.
Makes more sense now.
Narrows the range.
Yeah, narrows the range a little bit.
Same bet.
King Jack 10 with 2 clubs on this flop. Gut shot to Broadway for Romaine. Middle pair still good here for silver. Goes check, check, and 4 Broadway cards now. 164 out there. Likely won't see many chips hit the middle now. Both players just trying to realize it goes check, check.
Crazy.
Good all the way until the end. The ace from space for Romaine.
The minute you start playing them, then never.
That's one of those spots where you're just like, oh yeah, it's the kicker.
Come on, stop.
Somebody's got to punish this guy.
Which guy?
He was punished.
Bobby Fillet with a good question there in chat.
You have been punished.
Yes, our room promo
Punished enough at least.
is good until the start of the Texas Poker Open.
Remember what they say, Romaine.
Anytime we have a large tournament series going on, we do have to pull back on that hotel room promo outside of those large tournament series. We have great promos on our hotel room that's here on site. All you have to do is catch an elevator to go up to one of over 60 hotel rooms on site.
They haven't heard the end of it.
If you play 4 hours in a day, get a room half off. Price comes out to $69 plus tax, which is nice. And if you play 8 hours in a day, just put a card on file. It's free. comped for you. Stay, play, and win big here at Champions in Houston, Texas. The only poker room in Houston, or only poker room in Texas, the hotel on site.
And then I'm gonna play the Venom.
Little raise and take there.
I want to see
How much is it?
2.7, 2.6.
Okay.
Here's the suited.
No flop needed.
Fuck no, I'd rip that shit.
Not a ton, a little bit.
I had ace-4 off. No good.
Not tournaments as much, at least.
It's ACR, right?
I had ace-4 spades above.
Dude, when I was in Canada in January, I played a lot of online. It went pretty good.
This one's a big one, though. 12.5 million guarantee.
Yeah.
But when he raised it.
I mean, I might play it.
Yeah,
There's 4 of us left.
VPN. Yeah.
I haven't verified.
This is as long as I've had my nipple.
Nice. You're Canadian? Where from? 6.
Then I have no issues.
6.
I did college in Montreal. I was just in Toronto, actually.
Wait, college was cool.
Yeah, Concordia University. Have you ever been to Montreal?
I have, no.
Over 18? Still fun, right?
It is fun. I went with my girlfriend.
Nice.
He was a regular raise. Regular. It's not 50 to 100 something.
The
free
music.
flop.
Yes. Is it something electronic? Something
No,
electronic?
it's another one. It was going on.
Oshiaga.
Oshiaga, yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
Gonna have our graphics catch up here. More than 2 players to this flop. That's more like it. That's more Texas.
It's far. I mean, it's.
Oh, for my girlfriend. I just left her all over Montreal.
Multi-way and tip with the best of it, but does fold to the continued aggression of Levi.
Good flop for that hand.
I had to bring out the spreadsheet today and be like, I'm playing this tournament?
Gets rid of his knit button as well.
Some backdoor.
Talk to my wife.
That's all that matters.
See, Tish
I don't have very
still
much.
has his knit button. Craig the Frog on the little lily pad there.
Congrats, bro. That's amazing.
So yeah, I haven't played much at all in the last like 3 months.
Yeah, I know. I noticed that, but also I had no clue. Last time I saw you.
Everybody watch out. TJ is back in chat.
She didn't look pregnant at all.
Is that TJ, His Excellency?
Boy, about 2 months now. He was January 17th. Thank you.
I can't wait for that period of my life.
Yeah, that's the other part. I feel like I play like shit.
We already got you.
We took it from your stack.
Thank you.
It's 3 green chips, right?
3 green chips, yeah.
That was what we. Yeah. You paid for the whole table. You just don't know. Just rewatch the stream.
If you did that, we wouldn't even know about keeping track.
You would know later when you go.
Later, yeah, later.
These guys are assholes.
Folds around to the button. Suited ace wheel for silver. And offsuit aces for Wes. Facing a small 3-bet. Decides to 4-bet it to 200. Definitely works out that this 4-bet is coming from Wes's straddle.
Playing a lot of tournaments. It's kind of crazy how many have been like going on the last couple months.
It's ridiculous.
And
If you're
how
not able
about
to do,
this
like, Austin
top
here,
set?
Antonio, Dallas, you could play like a big tournament every weekend.
Every weekend. Yep.
Silver making his ace as well.
With the backdoor spades. It's kind of the one problem, I guess, when you flat a hand like this to a 3-bet to a player like Wes, who's very capable. I wouldn't have minded a 4-bet with the ace-3 of spades against a capable player like Wes, just because you will fold out his worst hands, and you'll find out very quickly if he has a better hand or not.
And those spades are starting to come in for silver.
It'll be interesting to see if they decide to get more of the money in on this turn. Wes just giving up the betting lead because he knows he has the nuts and he's just so strong. It's just so hard for his opponent to have any aces here he just hopes that his opponent does have like pocket nines, pocket deuces. Silver,
5-5 though, not like crazy.
very smartly enough, just checks. River's a queen of clubs. Now at this point, obviously, West has to go for value. He can't just check and risk his opponent checking back.
Your mom is watching.
I'm not sure what I would go with for sizing on this river, but I know West is going to try to maximize the amount he can get. We'll see if he goes small to induce or big. So he does decide to go big. 600 into 857. Or sorry, no, 550. I thought he was 600.
I lost a lot playing slots though.
It's very likely that he gets a call, given that he just check flop, check turn. It's hard for, yeah, it's a call, and West obviously has a nuts.
$50 bet.
I think West played it obviously perfectly.
Must be nice.
Just because he checks flop, checks turn, his hand's so underrepresented. It really does look like jacks, queens, kings. Obviously the queen comes on the river, but his opponent can't just put him on a set of queens. So it looks like, I guess, jacks or kings in that spot, and he gets a call from a worse ace. Much worse, obviously.
I can prove that shit too. Yeah. I was high stakes gambling.
He owns it.
Yeah.
Still in the streets?
No, I stopped playing.
I'll
I mean, I play here and there. Like, I'll go to the casino and bring like 5, 10K to play slots with, but
You don't like table games?
when I'm playing with people, yeah.
You say all green.
Yeah, with people.
I don't like go play blackjack by my fucking
I
self.
just can't see
know.
myself sitting down on one of those machines. And
Thank you.
I don't know.
I feel like
I don't think it would stimulate me.
it doesn't.
You
yeah,
just gotta hit the handicap stall in the restroom a few times, and
That's where you get your stimulus.
yeah, you just keep it going, keep clicking.
Like I want to ask questions, but
No, not on stream.
it's so cool.
Not the place for it.
Not the first.
About the stall or the all the above.
What's going on in that stall there?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Levi's turn with ace king.
Yeah.
It is offsuit. He does raise to 40.
I'm platinum, but
Where are you? MGM, right?
yeah.
Suited 7-4 on the button
To fly you out there.
for Boomer, Mr. Sooner. Not sure if he knows this is the stream hand, but he is playing it.
When I met my girl now, we had just been talking for like a week. I brought her to Vegas with me, and she's a teacher, so she's not been around a lot of money. I lost.
He's a teacher?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
6th grade math.
Actually, I feel like I did know that, but
I lost $35,000 one night in front of her, and she was like, "Are you okay?" Like, what's going on?
That'd be wild. I
Yeah.
can't imagine.
Yeah, that was close to my yearly salary. Right?
This is super weird, the way the
We made
flop
it all
played
back,
out
and she's
just
like,
now.
"Thank God," and then-
Levi does get there with Broadway, though, so I guess his check
We're there
works
for a
out.
week, right?
I'll be surprised if he checks his turn, though, given he's just mid-conversation.
That's what she was
75
like,
into 204. He's obviously going to get a call by GA, who has
So pissed too. I was
top
like, someone that
pairs.
cares
I feel like
actually.
that must be
Even though
safe
there's
to
10s on the
my
board, he can't assume that someone just has a 10 there.
partner.
Because I-
And he's
I
not
wouldn't-
dead yet, so.
Yeah. Already crazy enough to be born.
Board continues to straighten out.
I feel like teachers are probably the best wives.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
It's just such a bad river for Levi to get value now, and he does go much larger. Obviously targeting a King X hand, and maybe trying to get a hero call from this exact hand, but
You lost 35K. Where's my
there's just
10K?
too many hands that GA loses to, and Levi doesn't have a knit button, so it should be a relatively easy fold.
Yeah.
Okay, no.
I hear you want to avoid nurses.
Really?
Yeah.
I heard it's OnlyFans girls, but
He really
That's
only
probably a close
beats
second.
a weird Queen X hand, like Queen, like the computer hand or 7, Queen 7, but
she's not a nurse.
there's just too many hands you lose to.
Canceled out.
Queen 10, King Queen, Ace Queen is Ace Queen is a hand you beat, obviously, but yeah, that's. I think he loves himself into the call, but it's just never a bluff on this river.
I think some of these players have also just seen Levi's showdowns too often
Good turn card.
to give him credit for an ace king there. There you have it. Look at the cumulative winnings so far. Still very early on for the stream. and 3 players remaining in the Nick game. 2 players down big so far, Romaine and GA. Nearly 1,200 in the hole for Romaine and 1741 for GA currently. Pokerline out in front.
Yeah, you should see my feet. They're nice.
Yeah, Levi able to climb himself out of the hole with that 4 deuce start when it was a 3-way multi-way to get silver his profits right now. So good job, Levi, climbing back out and also not having to pay the NIT tax.
I bet you attract lots of people trying to get a piece of it too.
Oh yeah, I was paying for everything. Everyone knows. I had probably like 10 people, 24/7 around me, freeloading. But I came from nothing, so I was like, all right, I just want to have fun, live life. Like, I want people around me.
I think with the Nick game, sometimes you level yourself too to thinking like, oh, this guy's targeting me, which they aren't always doing. Sometimes they are, but I feel like a lot of the time they aren't. And I think that's another reason why he just calls off there. He feels like he's being, he's just a victim and he's being targeted by Levi, who is a very aggressive player and capable of, but specifically in that spot, it's really hard for Levi to have a bluff. If he does, then he has a bluff, but. And then heads up, same players. This time GA with the best of it, top.
That's why I try to.
And then GA just jamming.
He really
I don't know, I guess.
He's lost it all. Let me not.
Yeah, like you were saying earlier, Kyle, how like GA just is super aggressive when he has a strong hand. It's a risky play when you do this. I've seen people get burnt by doing that because you're only getting called by better. So in that specific spot, in Queen 8-5, you have top. If you jam 1,200 into a pot of like 100 or whatever it was, you're only getting called by Queen 8 at the minimum, like 8-5, Queen 8, and a lot of the time you're getting called off by sets, 8s and 5s. So it's not the best move, and then you're just folding out worse hands. Maybe he just wanted to get rid of his nit button. Maybe he wanted to level Levi into a bad call with a worse queen, but it's really hard to get value there by jamming like that, and a lot of time you just get burnt with those hands. So.
How many nits are left? 2 of us. Oh yes, it's about time I get heads up in the Nick game again. It's been a while.
You never disappoint.
I always
love it. You like that pressure.
I love the pressure.
He's an expert at heads up Nick games, so watch out.
Is he now? Have you been in the heads up Nick game lab though?
You should see his course, bro.
Do you see how much money he made with aces?
I made a shit ton there. More like 150 bucks. My God. Max value.
Harry, you dirty dog.
Risking it all not to pay 160.
I give Harry the Needle King award. You're definitely the Needle King, I think.
Needle King?
Just an asshole.
So you don't know if he's joking or being serious? You're just like, all right, I'm just going to take it and be quiet.
I don't know Harry much, but I feel like you're actually a sweetheart deep down. No? You'll soften up now that you have a kid.
That's the hope.
He's toned down. He's toned down a bit.
Oh. He's just like not on the
when
live
I first moved here, psycho.
Yeah. You getting good sleep though? Like, or
better than my wife.
How old's your baby?
He was born on January 17th, so he's just over 2 months. 2.5 months.
My daughter just turned 6.
Nice. Yeah, I'm on parental leave starting next week, so.
How old are you?
What?
How old are you?
33.
I trust my defenders in this one.
So I'll be getting less sleep. More naps, I guess.
Yeah, I had my daughter around.
Position, what could go
I
wrong?
was 20.
She tries to get up, because I still have to work full time right now, so.
5 players?
Only 5 of us. Last time it was 6. Better chances now.
Open-ended with flush draw for Pokerline, but bottom set for Wes. Let's see some chips hit the middle.
Yeah, this one will be interesting because these are 2 very capable players. Played with both of them. I know which one I'm more scared of, but we'll see how this one plays out. 80 from the Lion, and then quick raise to 250 from Wes.
Up 26 bucks.
It's a spot where you're so deep, you can't fold just yet.
Bringing it back.
And Harry decides to raise. I think Harry just understands that even against a set, you have so much equity. You're trying to just get the money in the middle right now and just run it. Because there's obviously so many bad turn cards when you get there. So if a queen or a 7 or spade, even a king, even though he doesn't have an out to a king, if those types of cards come out on the turn, he loses a lot of value, and you're not getting max value and stacks in. So he's trying to build the pot at this point. This was kind of like a hand earlier where the Nick game was on and Wes had Jack 8 of hearts, and I was surprised that Wes didn't check raise because you just get a lot of value when you do get there. Whereas if you kind of slow play it and just flat, you're not always going to be able to get the money in the middle because you guys are sitting so deep. But here I think Lion recognizes that even if he is behind, which obviously you probably are a lot of the time with 10 high, you want to try to just build a pot, get as much money in the middle as possible, and then yeah. So Wes does ship it, and I'm pretty sure Lion has to call off. And yeah, they're going to run it.
Good hand.
I always go once.
Wes saying he only always goes once, so. It's basically a flip. 60-40 to me is a flip, given that I'm on the 60% of the time and I lose a lot of the time. No additional outs on the turn. Same outs on the flop for Harry. The Lion does get there with the queen. So, yep. That is how you get max value. The money's probably going in on the turn, but you wouldn't like it with something like 10-8 suited. You want to see 2 cards.
And with that, Poker Lion 4,200 in the green now. Wes on the bottom, down roughly 28.30. So 3 losing players down over 1,100. Tish down 240. Silver and Levi, you can call that basically break even so far. And a couple hundred profit for Tip and Daniel so far. Heads up in the Nick game now. Daniel versus Tish money.
Yeah, that was just like the dream spot. Like you have 10 high, but open-ended flush draw is just like you have so much equity percentage that you're never disappointed to get it in.
No made hand, but plenty of ways to make it and outdraw anything that did hit that flop, including any set.
I'm trying to.
You don't have to try, you can do. Yeah, I had a few of my friends there was like, I want to stake you in the game. It looks fun.
Better off just getting up and stretching in general.
Lost that shit right away.
Get some of the action. Will you ever buy action?
Would I? Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I've action in a few people. Mostly tournaments, though.
Tournaments are way more fun to buy action at.
Yeah.
Way more.
Because if it's a cash game, it's like I'm probably in it, or yeah, depends on the stakes. So
The 2 nits in this one. Daniel opens to $20 in the hijack, and then Tish intelligently recognizing that he's on the button with 10-4 suited. A terrible hand.
Come on, guys.
Does 3-bet. And he's going to get some other stragglers coming along. GA, King Queen offsuit, and the Lion with Jack 10 suited. Daniel obviously calling as well to defend his nit button, rather to get rid of it. 4-way still flop, which comes 10-6-6, which is pretty good for Tish when he 3-bets. Unfortunately, he is out-kicked by the Lion's Asian Aces Jack 10. Tish just checking this flop, and turning a spade draw. I don't mind the check on the flop. I think c-bet's okay, just given that you did flop top pair and you're in position.
Nuggets are good, huh?
Go hard, bro. They're really good.
Lion now betting,
Like,
given that he has a top pair. Tish not going anywhere with his top pair flush draw.
Sounds fancy with it. Oh, chicken morsels, right? Is that what it says?
So he heads up one
I
nit,
think that's what it says. Something like that.
one non-nit.
Cutlets, morsels. Sounds fancy. I don't even know what that word means.
Queen brings in the chop out, so Tish not losing this pot unless he folds. Lion checking and Tish taking a showdown, so chop pot as long as Tish opens his hand. Yep.
Oh,
Had to read the board real quick just to make sure.
Bring a spade.
So we will still be heads up in the nit game with Daniel and Tish money.
Do you play Pilo? Yeah.
I want to get into it. I just.
Yeah, Will keeps telling me to do. Cause I used to only play Pilo. Hold'em's new for me, so he's trying to get me on the stream there. He said they're gonna start like a bigger. It'd be fun. I would literally go there just to drink and either run it up or fucking punt. That's how I play Pilo.
That's how everyone plays.
Yeah.
I get stacked with
I guess, yeah.
There's no in between it.
Yeah, no. Bingo, shit. Rivet.
I mean, there's definitely like strategy. It's a little different, but it's like.
That's what I'm saying.
It is very much like way up or way down kind of things.
Yeah.
I think more often it feels like.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, there's a little strategy. To me, it's I'm either all in or all out.
All in or all out?
Yeah.
Just get it in pre.
Yeah, literally, that's what you're supposed to.
Honestly, No Limit Omaha sounds way more fun.
No Limit Omaha?
Just bingo every
That'd
free
be a
flop.
toxic.
At my home game, we used to play Ultimate Hold'em. So 3 cards, you can use all 3.
That's funny. Yeah, I mean, I've done that.
Yeah, it's fun.
So no nits in this hand. Romain opening up to 35. Lion just flatting with ace queen offsuit. And silver also on the straddle
We
calling.
used to play 2 down, 1 up also. When you have 2 down, 1 up, you can use all 3.
Flop
So,
4,
you know,
6
you
deuce.
show
Silver
them
gets the best of
spades,
it. Top pair, gutter ball.
Spades out there. They
No one
might
has any
flush.
spades.
They could have just 2 diamonds in there. You don't fucking know.
Silver does bet out with his
So all 3
equity.
play as well.
It's like this is my fault.
What?
I'm supposed to 3-bet you, and then now.
So I can win the hand.
Yeah.
I used to run a bunch of home games, no rate. Just
Harry's saying he should have 3-bet the hand. I don't mind not 3-betting, because sometimes you do want to mix it up and then underrepresent your hand. Because a lot of time you will flop that ace high, queen high
dealer's choice.
board, and you just get to have your opponent value on themselves. So it's not the worst flat there, even though it's like, oh yeah, you should be 3-betting all your ace, jack, ups or whatever it might be. But
It's fun with the boys just playing random. Like,
it is what it
I
is.
didn't play high stakes that shit, obviously.
All options are on the table.
Like 1, 2, $500 buy-in, dealer's choice. Some of the homies would run it up and
In Montreal,
cool, but
I saw a lot of
some people would
just
run good.
flatting, even in position.
It was mostly like everyone.
The button
Yeah.
and.
So we'd have a bunch of TVs around. Everyone's watching sports, drinking, fucking
Yeah,
out.
You're supposed to.
No rake, just
Sometimes.
having fun,
No, but they did
punting
all
chips.
Versus
around.
early position at least.
Crazy. Whereas here, like in Texas, you'll never see.
I had something like that in college.
Not
too,
3-betting.
Where we actually.
Because people
like,
open so
started to
wide in
become-
Texas.
It is
To be
now
fair.
one of the more popular games in that area.
Different game here.
Kind of handed
It really
off.
is.
And people are deeper too in Texas, so like.
Yep.
But yeah,
There's more
people would come
incentive
over
to,
our,
like-
sketchy ass college house.
I feel
It
like-
looks like a place that you get shot. But we were just like playing around with like one
Like,
one
should
and shit.
I bring $500 here?
Yeah, seriously, like.
And those are the fun games, the home games with the friends.
How does this get caught every
Came
time?
from Frisco where we were playing a lot of
We have
dealers'
one guy
choice.
getting.
So we have 2 of the nits in this one still. Daniel opens at 35.
Defense.
Tish calls, Romain calls. I think I would have preferred Tish to 3-bet in this spot with your ace-x suited. One, just to get rid of your nit button. Two, because it's just a strong hand that you'd rather 3-bet than just flat. There's a lot of reverse implied odds a lot of time. When an ace does come, you're just losing to a lot other ace-x's that raise pre-flop. Anyways, Daniel c-bets $50. Fourth club comes out on the turn after Romain calls with top pair. Checks now. A bet should do the trick, unless Romain gets sticky with it and sniffs out that this is just a nit game bet. 120 into 215. Half pot, give or take.
Like round of each 5 cards.
Pretty small relative to the pot.
Shenanigans.
Like why?
Romain's been a bit off for most of the stream given the first 2 pots, but I feel like he can sniff it. Nah, as I say it, he's not able to make the call. And Daniel takes this one down. Nit game is over,
Win it back right here,
and
man.
Tish will pay the nit tax.
I gotta keep it balanced for the nit game, the heads up nit game balance. It's part of the course. Heads up nit game specials.
We've been getting shitty position for the splash behind.
Oh, small blind left.
Yeah.
You need to control it a little bit better. So like,
Yeah, you gotta defend.
if it looks bad for your splash pot position, just don't show your hand when you win the nit game.
Well, you just gotta defend other people.
I'm not supposed to show bias towards players, but I do love Romain. I've played multiple times with him. Tournaments, we talked about tournament spots together. He's a tournament crusher. Cash game, I've always gotten the better of him, so I'm really rooting for him to come back in the stream and make the correct plays. So far, he's been letting me down, but hopefully we see a bit more from him.
With a flush.
It's not even ego. It's
Running
just like,
spades. Some dumb shit.
It's fun.
I've been there though.
Yeah.
Heads up.
It's only like one textbook, right?
Don't forget, there is a splash pot for this one, 160 in the middle. And Wes correctly recognized that and 3-bets to 200. Romain sizing $35. I actually did this incorrectly on the stream I played. I think it was last Thursday for the content creator one. I forgot it was a splash pot for the $200 or whatever, and I raised it to 35. And you have to adjust your sizings given the dead money in the middle. So 35 invites too many callers. Wes correctly assesses the situation, makes it 200. Levi also calls 200. The Lion now also calling. King 10 suited.
I thought you were about to push the whole stack in. Okay,
It's one of those spots where you know people are going to be raising a lot looser. Their range is a lot wider because of this splash pot. And I think Harry understands that. The only problem with Harry's call is that he is out of position. So when you make this call, you're hoping to flop well, hoping that you flop some type of Broadway draw or clubs. But I mean, the price was pretty good, right? Call 200 to win $800 in the middle. Flop, ace, 7, deuce, no one having anything at all. Line with the backdoor clubs and king high, which so far is good right now. Checks it to West, pre-flop aggressor, who makes it 300. Half pot bet. This should work against a lot of hands. The only hands that are going to be calling you, of course, are ace-x hands. So it's one of those spots where you don't have to risk too much to win a lot. Low risk, high reward. And it takes it down. So good bet.
Same hand.
Good value bet.
Wes is not afraid to get money in the middle. Played with him plenty of times. Dangerous player. Always puts me in spots. Paid him off multiple times, so.
Easy game.
It's a 10.
7 raise 30, 8 fold.
As loser of Nick game, I declare Nick game next hand.
Alright, bet.
Wes now mixing it up, raising to $30 in the +2 with 4-3 suited. Getting called in a lot of spots. You got the regular Texas 1-3 heads up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players. 5 callers willing to go toe-to-toe with Wes, $30 pre-flop. It's 180 in the middle already, pre-flop and a 1-3. Given that it is a 1-3-10. Flop is pretty juicy. Silver with pair sixes, Romaine with pair flush draw, Wes with open-ended flush draw to the steel wheel actually. Very interesting that GA decides to call with Jack Deuce. Has, I guess, runner hearts. Not much of too much backdoor equity. When Wes bets 100, GA calls. Romaine also obviously makes a call with pair flush draw. Heart would be action right here. Turn brings it 8. Silver made it 2 pair. But still, same. Romaine checks, Wes checks, and GA checks to a river, which is, in fact, the 7 of hearts. Romaine with the better flush draw. Romaine deciding to lead out for 500 into 483. It's a pot-sized bet. The question now for Wes. Just a call.
Flush.
Oh, so there was a graphic error. GA had Jack 8 of hearts. It makes a lot more sense now. Flush over flush over flush. It's pretty sick. I guess they're sitting so deep. I wonder if GA should ever be raising there.
Got a streak.
Only beat by 2 other hands. You block obviously hearts given that you have yourself a flush. But I guess when Wes calls, you could be afraid that you're just value owning when you raise. But that's a lot of value.
Yeah.
You had it too.
I'm back just in time to see the end of that one and PFR and some additional stats here. Pretty bloody night, actually. A lot of consolidation into the poker line. And GA and Wes throwing the party. Stepped out briefly into the room. It is super busy. Same as last night. JSC Collections, welcome back to chat. He agrees. Last night, pretty busy at Champions. And good to see that you were out here last night.
When it goes bet, yeah, I don't know if Jack High, King and Queen beat you. I mean, not that he's like. Yeah, he's probably not. Doesn't have King and Queen as much. He doesn't raise, but. It's hard for everyone to have a flush too.
King Jack offsuit, or Jack King off, being raised to 35 by Tish Money. 10s behind in the hijack, and Ace King putting on the 3-bet to 100. Gonna get back to Tish. Gets out of the way. stacks pretty much even for GA and Silver. And it is an ace-high board. 9-8 connected to those black 10s for GA. Some backdoor outs. Not just set mining. Checks it over, and Silver continues for 85. Board does straighten out some, so GA picks up additional gut shot outs.
150.
Looking for a 10 or 7 one time here on the river. That's if he does call this 150. Like the sizing here by Silver. Just getting some value, keeping worse hands in. Can't be afraid of that board straightening out some. And now it pairs at the end. Three bet pot. GA checks.
300.
Yeah, really good sizing every street. 300, a little bit under half pot, targeting hands like this and worse aces. Missed diamonds, obviously. Could do the same thing. Gets a call. So, really good sizing.
Yeah.
You can always go smaller, but I think he picks the perfect sizing to get the max value.
Yeah, I think Silver realizing if he's willing to call the 3-bet out of position and call 2 streets, he's likely going to be able to pay off that last street as well. A lot of people will sometimes size up too large and not get paid at all. So going small all the way gets the job done, potentially getting the max there.
I have the seat too, Mike.
Oh, do you?
So whatever I say,
Seat 8 over there, right?
whatever I say.
Nit buttons being tossed back out to every player.
You want to trade? Just unplug the
No, I kind
bottom.
of like it actually.
Once again, the Nick game is on. It's been non-stop tonight, which has been super great.
Liable for me.
Oh, you got. Yep.
Yeah, typically see that, especially with the 1-3, but really any stream we play here at Champions, 3 or 4 times per night, gonna see the Nick game thrown on. Obviously dependent upon how quickly the players get rid of their Nit buttons. Some of those Nick games can last quite a while. Somebody just gets super card dead or max pressure and higher stakes. It's harder to get rid of the button and win some hands.
I definitely like it in this lineup specifically because I feel like a lot of these guys, they played with each other before, but a lot of them haven't probably battled a lot in Houston. Whereas like our 5-5 guys, they regularly battle with each other, 5-5, 5-10, and 10-25. They're constantly battling each other on these streams every week, so they kind of know each other. A lot of time they'll level each other into bad calls or whatever it might be, but it more so happens in this one where people just kind of ego and level, where especially some more aggressive players on this current stream, they're just like raising or playing a lot of hands because of the Nick game, whereas you won't see that
as often in our 5-5 games. So it definitely creates a much looser and wider range of hands pre-flop. Like, I could be wrong. Maybe Silver calls a 3-bet in his regular games with King Jack offsuit, but the Lion 3-bets, you know, standard hand Ace Jack offsuit, and then Silver calls 100. And then here we see obviously the Lion C-bet. GA with the best of it though with top pair. Silver calling with his gutter ball. Just calls. Not sure if I entirely like the call with top pair here, multi-way. A lot of the time you're dead to a better queen, so sometimes you kind of want to just raise here. You don't have to go too big. You quickly fold out worse hands and bluffs like ace high, king high, specifically in this spot, and you'll quickly find out if you're beat with the better queen. So when you're out of position and you just flat here, you're just kind of putting yourself in a tough spot later on later streets for harder decisions. Like if Harry decides to polarize here and go, which he doesn't, if he decided to go 600-700 here, what do you do with queen 10, right? So I would have preferred a raise with top pair in that spot multi-way, especially when the Lion c-bets and then gets called by Silver. And now, yeah, the king comes on the river. Silver gets there, realizes his equity, and at this spot you're just kind of handcuffed with queen 10 to where you just kind of have to check and hope that they check down and you have showdown. The Lion should recognize that he's beat here. He shouldn't really be bluffing in this spot.
Yeah, heads up. Maybe he can put that bluff in and make a move, but
oh man,
he is reaching for chips.
I think he's gonna go for, okay. 615. I guess you're really only representing Jack 10 in this spot or Ace King. I mean, it is polarized to where, yeah, you either have Jack 10 or Ace King. Even Ace King, I don't know if you go this big, but this is definitely like Jack 10 or nothing. It's so weird. It definitely puts other hands in the spot. He did 3-bet pre, so you could have some Jack 10 suited or Ace King. What I've come to find with these lines, with the bet flop, check turn, bet river, is that a lot of time it is just a bluff, unfortunately. So a lot of the time you have to come up with value in a spot more often than you have bluffs.
And Silver is cutting out calling chips. Trying to sniff this one out.
Long ass chords.
Yeah, you get there with, it's not the card you wanted, right? Like he was obviously looking for a 10 somewhere along the way, but he does have top pair now, and the way the hand was played, it can only be a queen, really. But even then, it's and I'm not saying that this line from Harry specifically is weak. It's just the majority of the time, well, it works, but the majority of the time when people take this line, bet flop, check turn, bet river, it's polarized to being either nuts or nothing. And more often than not, it's nothing. I think Silver might have folded just because there was action behind.
Yeah. Whichever.
If GA can make this call, it's a great call because, like I was saying before, the bet check bet line is
Still see us in alcohol.
does call. Yeah.
Ace high.
God damn, I was
Damn, pull the best hand.
King Jack.
Surprisingly enough, it does work out for GA for him to just have flatted the flop. It would have been a lot easier of a road to get rid of that knit button by just raising the flop, but it works out. He gets a lot more value than I probably would have if I played it the way I would have wanted to. So hats off to him for scooping in a decently sized spot with that queen 10 offsuit, and that's why the knit game is so good. And all of you guys out in the chat should come down to Texas and play some 1-3 at Champions.
Nice call. That was a good bit.
Pretty sick.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Man, good call.
That is for sure.
That's a good bet too. I was like, damn.
Yeah, King Jack good, bro.
Couldn't read it. Yeah, I thought for sure.
It's just the way it played pre-flop. It made me put him.
Yeah, we're floating with ace king there, and then
Ace
get
king.
lucky on the king. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
it's
what I
like
thought.
ace king there.
I thought one of y'all had ace king. Next time. Next time, exactly.
And that's what I was saying pre-flop, where when you decide to play a hand like king jack offsuit with these Nick games going on, you do have to be ready to make that call on the river.
He was good.
For sure.
I think he kind of
Yeah, and I was thinking jack 10 too.
yeah, and like he said, he was thinking jack 10 as played. It's one of those spots where you have to level yourself into just making the call and saying if he has jack 10, then it is what it is. But you're blocking jack 10, and I know blockers are a myth, right? As everyone says, and they joke about blockers aren't a real thing. But you do have a jack, and it does remove combos of jack 10 out there. So you have to think about it like that, and sometimes you just have to put in the call. King jack is one of those better hands to make the call with on the river, whereas like if he had something like king 9 or worse, even king queen, it's like it's definitely a lot harder to make the call. I guess in king queen you have 2 pair, so that's more comforting, but you still lose to jack 10 in the same regards. So if you think he's doing it with jack 10 in that spot, you'd rather have king jack than king queen, because jack 10 beat you either way. So it doesn't matter if you have 2 pair or pair.
I already had my chips counted. I was like, okay, if he doesn't call, then I'm okay.
And I was about to, but I just last minute. No, let me get the way. I didn't feel good about it.
And you should mix some of those with shit like tequila. Like a shit tequila.
Full house.
What? Ew.
It's gonna be gas, bro. What you mean? You don't know until you try, right?
That is true. That is true. I mean, vodka Red Bull's a thing.
Vodka
Celsius vodka.
That was.
We can get rich.
Yes.
Good idea.
2 raise 30, 3 4, 4 call 30.
On the mic.
Crazy. I told Eddie this earlier, but I was gonna be coughing the whole time because like I was sick like 3 weeks ago and I said it's like endless cough.
I'll defend.
Coffee does that.
Did everybody get it?
You said, do you think it's coffee?
No, I was sick a few weeks ago.
Oh, okay.
And everything went away.
So yeah, I got COVID today.
It's on the title.
Yeah, he has one.
Probably had COVID, bro.
Yeah.
I didn't have COVID. I took a test for it.
Almost everyone.
I had COVID like 3 times, bro.
It is like allergies.
Only 2 people lost.
Did it get worse every time?
This is so funny. Lion opens up to $30 and gets 4 calls by
Sick, dude.
very questionable hands. Just because of the nip button, everyone wants to get rid of it. They want to flop the absolute nuts and get rid of their hand. Tip, open-ended. Everyone else with basically nothing. Romain with some backdoor clubs. Lion with the pair. Wes also with bottom pair. Tip deciding to bet with his open-ended. Wes calling with a pair.
When it first came out, I was in Miami. I was like, man, fuck COVID. That shit ain't real.
It's hard to make a pair in poker, so it's not the worst call. You can float, and you have to kind of assume that your outs are live in the 5 and 6. No one's ever going to have jack 6 or jack 5, 9, 6, 9, 5. So when you call, you're hoping to peel a good turn card, a 7,
after that, I was like, all right,
an 8,
whatever.
a 5, a 6.
Like
Tip continued the story that he flopped a jack,
It was COVID.
going for 170 to 280. Pretty good sizing. You don't have to risk too much to get it through.
I was positive for it, but I felt fine. I just had like a little fever. Still there. I don't know.
See.
That was probably like the new strain.
And Wes correctly calling. Tip's capable of having a lot of bluffs here. Hearts. The exact hand he has open-ended. River's a deuce, doesn't change anything at all. Same thing with the deuce on the turn. So the turn and river don't change the dynamics of the board. If Wes thought that he was bluffing with draws on the flop, he should be able to call here on the river. Tip going 500 into 600. Super polarized bet. Like I said, Wes is a very capable player. If he can sniff this out, I continue to give him my flowers. Just the line really is Jack X or nothing, and even then, I'm not sure a Jack goes this big, 500 into 600. I think that's what Wes is really thinking about right now. The hands that would flat $30 pre-flop, right? Because line raise, $30 pre. Everyone just flatted. And yeah, makes a call.
Literally about to start pumping.
Like I said, Wes is a really good player. I hate playing with him on the table.
I bet you by the time this dealer button passes.
So basically, yeah,
Dealer, the AC
to break it down, $30 pre, everyone flats. So the hands that Tip has for value there are really only Jack 9 suited, Queen Jack, King Jack, and then when you break it down, does he really bet 500 into 600 with Queen Jack, King Jack? Not really. You kind of go for smaller sizings, or you check down for showdown. So you would pick a sizing like 200, 250 into 600, or you just check it and check call, let the other person hang themselves with the bluff. You never really polarize in that spot 500. The only bet you would really do 500 and 600 with after flatting the $30 pre-flop is literally Jack 9 suited. So good call by Wes.
We just started.
Isn't it?
No.
It started, bro. It was that one hit was really long, wasn't it?
Yeah, sorry.
That's what it was. Yeah.
They should have snap called this one.
Man.
This feels like it's been going on forever.
I had a 15 on it.
You added 1500, 1500 more for seat 4. Yes. 2, 4, yeah. 3 weighs 20. 4 folds 20, 5 and 6 fold. 7 and 8 fold, 9 fold. And 1 fold. 3 players.
Starting to get scared because I have to pee a little bit, and then Wes earlier is like, well, we're just going to keep going. If you have to pee, you better lose your butt. Yeah.
Yeah. That's like last time I was like, I can't go.
So I'll keep drinking to incentivize me.
Jack 4 deuce rainbow now, hand 46 of the night.
How long you been? Do you have a name for it?
6 is still in the lead.
How long has Craig been in the?
He's been in the picture since college.
Damn. Okay.
1 year.
Couple months.
I just enrolled last week into college.
In college, so that would be. I got it my junior year. 4 or 5-ish years. Depends on the way you look at it.
Has his job always been poker, or he had another job?
Not always.
That's what I thought.
What do you do right now?
You know the origin story?
No, I mean the frog, not him.
No,
Not
yeah,
you, the
exactly
frog.
the origin story, the frog.
I think you told me, but I don't remember. You can tell me again.
I got it in his music.
How about
major.
7s take the lead on the turn?
Okay, hold on. Let's see if I can.
Yeah.
He had to put it on the end of a flute.
G8 looking for a 2-outer now.
Suck it out of it.
Doesn't know it.
A string violin. A violin.
Suck this frog out of this flute.
No, it was to keep the correct posture.
Yes, that's right.
And not fall off.
You had to balance the frog on the violin.
I was trying to picture something that you had a flute was the first one. Yeah, violin.
You have to drop it inside of the tuba hole. And
Yeah, suck that bitch out.
Oh, dude.
You worked hard for that one.
Yeah, the girls in that tuba class
Yeah.
were pretty fun, man, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, no. That's in your city. You play a violin, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Or cello.
Cello.
Wait, it was on a cello?
Specifically, this is a violin.
Oh, okay, that's nice. How are you having...
Yeah, it's kind of hard to balance.
He's a
it
master of a lot of instruments.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
you have to be.
I mean, the best musicians, they can play everything. Like, you see some of these people that, like, okay, yeah, like even Russ, like, he makes mix, master, produce everything.
Oh, yeah.
It's
Yeah.
crazy. Like, that is artistic talent for sure.
Yeah.
Definitely has to be well versed for sure.
Yeah.
I can play a mean triangle.
Think there is.
You hit that real
I
nice.
think I played the recorder in, like, 5th grade.
I know you didn't have on the flop. You didn't hit it. I was like, nah, he can't hit it. I ain't push on.
Were you in, like, band in high school or anything?
Yeah, I was in orchestra.
He always knows.
All the way through.
Always.
elementary.
Nice.
Stuck with it.
Which one?
Couldn't leave it.
On the river.
Ace on the river.
Yeah. I checked it.
Harry,
that's
you know
that's
there-
like the best music to listen to, like with your mind is like opera and orchestra, all the
then
like
you
the
can
real
do it.
musicians and shit,
Uh-huh.
like
Really
the
relaxing.
yeah, the waves or whatever, like the sound waves or the hertz and shit is like good for the brain.
A440. It's what people used to meditate to.
High school, I bought some like Beethoven CDs to try to fall asleep to, but then I liked it too much.
So then you couldn't fall asleep.
Couldn't fall asleep to it.
I can't fall asleep.
You have a button, right? Can you push it in
It
front?
was easier to fall asleep to the radio. What's that?
Make sure it's good, just in case.
I'll put it up here.
It's pretty even with it.
There.
Should be knit hats.
Good knit hats. Look.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Are we linked in?
Or a tag
knit
that you
frogs.
have to put on your clothing.
One time. No pressure.
And depending upon the music,
Don't be
I
that
also
guy.
find it hard to drive
I have to.
while listening. Yeah.
Respect it. It's that bad.
I saw it. Yeah.
You saw it?
Would like to see a call.
You're like, dude, if this dude calls right now. One more drink.
So it limped $6 to the Lions straddle, $6.
That's what it takes.
And he decides to make it 60. He has a knit button, obviously, so he's trying to take it down pre. He ends up flopping top pair against Daniel. I think he's just trying to take his showdown value, also let the villain bet value on themselves.
Do you like make money off
Not falling for it, though. Daniel
Yeah,
just checks.
so
The line at this point with the best of it. Jackson 10s with a amazing 5 kicker on the board.
Yeah.
Where at?
Bets $100.
Off-stream thing.
Daniel thinking of hero calling with King High here.
Yeah, so it's kind of like a public school. Public school job.
Lion plays this as perfectly as you could. You flop top pair in the knit game, and you just check.
Yeah,
Your hand's still under rep, and he's good. And he gets a call from King High, which is the most you can ask for. Most value you can get from King High in that spot. So, well played.
But next year I'm going to switch to more private stuff.
Send your button away.
It's also the reason why with the hand like King 8 offsuit and the knit button, you kind of want to just take the initiative and never be in the spot to passively be calling. Either raise it pre or be the aggressor.
She gets paid like
Otherwise, just get rid of it and find a better spot.
Per year, but like she doesn't have to work during the summer, so they still pay her. And
Yeah, it's definitely been
she loves that shit.
an adventure, different journey.
I'll still kind of be like, I'll be
Life
working
changes
with
a
like.
lot.
They let you do
school
that though
kids.
if you work with a school. They'll
But
let
like,
you.
Just
more
different.
of like a clinician come into district and teach privately.
4 boys.
Like, to get more flexibility.
You gonna be 19 this year?
Better.
You have to find all the plans, or someone feeds them?
Yes and no.
I'm 41.
So like I find my own, and then
You don't look.
it's also kind of
All that great,
a networking.
great hair.
You don't play poker enough, yeah.
You have like 3 private school people that you teach, and then if they,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
like if
exactly,
you
yeah.
had that, you know, the network.
If I know like another teacher in the district too, that helps as well.
Yeah.
7 raise 75. 8 and 9 fold. 1 fold.
Should have played that last time, huh?
Should've.
Slowly gets better too, like the first week or whatever, it's like you're
Try to get
the entire time.
Gotta get
feels
that one
like.
drink down.
Yeah. I
You
need
have to
another
get
one. It's
fed
gone.
every other hour.
Mine's at 4 weeks, and I still feel I don't sleep.
Yeah.
I wake up in the middle of the night, you know.
Yeah. Ours has been like, he started sleeping a lot longer. We do like a good bedtime routine, but I think his like stomach's been bothering him a little bit recently too.
Wes with a small 3-bet pre
Get irritated.
gets there immediately.
But definitely like
Top and gut shot to Broadway to go
a
with.
couple weeks ago. But I just feel bad for my wife because she just has to get up all the time because she feeds. him
Backdoor
everything,
hearts
too.
for Tip.
So he's going to bottle feeding next week.
She'll probably be happy with that.
Yeah, I don't think she's like really slept through the night more than like twice.
He sleeps at 3-4 hours at a time. You
Um,
gotta feed him every 4 hours. Though.
No, he's the last week or so, he's been sleeping like 6 hours or something. If he doesn't like wake up with.
Wow, and the check raise works?
It's just like when it does.
Shows it because of the knit button as well.
That's a pretty sick one, like a super low equity check raise, but I think he understands that there's no way he's winning on future streets, so he's just going to try to take his chances in that spot. I'm surprised that Wes folds there. I guess it's just because he knows the knit button's on, and if the guy has it, then he's going to get paid off, and he's going to see it regardless. So I think Wes is just thinking that there's better spots to call off there and then to call off your stack. So it's not the worst fold. It's just pretty sick that Tip pulled the trigger there, and I think if he gets called on the flop, he might shut down turn unless he gets the jack or the heart draw. So obviously a jack's no good for him, as Wes would have hit the gutter ball to Broadway. But if a heart comes, and I think Tip doesn't let up on the gas. We'll see how Wes proceeds forward after being shown that bluff. Right back in the mix with King 6 suited, raising to 25. Levi, obviously, not afraid to call, especially when he has a knit button. His range is the entire range.
You know what's the worst? Losing your knit button from like early position, straddle, because then if you have to pee, you still gotta wait a couple hands.
Should go now.
Yeah. Lose my button?
My head's up again, bro. Who has it?
I have to find the bathroom.
Just you
Pick
and
a stall or pick a urinal.
Middle pair top kicker for GA.
The whole process.
Tip also catching that 9. No good kicker.
I'll survive for 2 or 3 more.
And Levi actually with more equity than you would think, holding 8-6.
They're special today. Chicken sandwich is a special. Can I get one of those? What's different from the standard?
And we have action on this turn. Wes now with a flush draw. GA turning trips.
I'll try it.
Levi with the same gutter ball. Wes makes it 300, it looks like. 250. Like the sizing. It's one of those spots where you do want to polarize when you have it and when you don't. So you go for a larger sizing, 250 into 300, I believe it was. 314 it was. So you do fold out, obviously, a lot worse hands. Not worse than King 6, but worse than like just weird Ace X, King X hands. River breaks out. Be interesting if Wes takes a shot at it. No knit game button for either of these players. Obviously, we can see that a bluff will not work in this spot against GA.
Predators waiting.
Man, I'm thinking of the action that could have been 9-7 in the muck. The 8-6 would have finally got there as well.
Yeah, this would have been a sick one if Levi decided to stay in it. Yeah. Goes for 800. Gets snap called.
Yeah, I could have had top trips up against that 9-7 boat as well.
Check one time.
Instead, it's Wes passing his chips on over to the 1 seat.
Would have been a big suck out.
Obviously, given the action, that 9-7 and the 8-6 can't stick around to see that action, River.
Yeah, just an unfortunate spot because I probably choose the same sizing if I was in Wes's shoes when you have king high, ace high. You want to just polarize, you go pot size, 800 into 800. You're going to fold out all the 10x hands. You're going to put pocket pairs into tough decisions. Only thing you're going to get called by are boats and 9x's, which is what GA had. So looks like the triple shadow's on now. 1, 3, 10, 20, 40, I believe. So we have a big 1-3 game. I think the last time the 40 was on, I don't know if it was on last week, but oh no, when I played it was the 5-5. So, but I was putting the 40 on every time.
That's a shot, right?
Yeah, there's been some discussion about limiting the straddles here on stream. Straddle rules on the stream and on the champion's floor, slightly different. Only allow for one straddle out on the floor. Under the gun takes precedence, but button straddle also allowed. 1-3 and bigger. It can be up to 5x the big blind. 1-2, it's just going to remain at $4.
My mic is on.
Is Romain's stack right? Stack correct?
We'll get a better shot of it here, but
I think they flipped ours.
I don't see purples.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Harry's
yeah, it looks like just a single stack of greens. So might have a slight graphics error there.
11. It looks, yeah, so it looks like he has about 1327, not 3327. He just bet 200 out. He has like 600 blacks, a stack of greens and reds, so that's 600.
I'm trying to.
And then his reds in hand, obviously. So it looks like he has 1300 behind, not 3327. So him and Wes are pretty even as effective stack sizes. And what a flop.
We might find out exactly how much he has pretty soon here.
He flops middle pair with a flush draw, nut flush draw. Wes obviously getting out of line, mixing it up, calling the 3-bet to 200 with 6-3 offsuit. I think Wes is definitely going to be mixing it up a lot more after losing that one bluff hand. We'll see how much he mixes up. Silver now, backdoor diamonds, and a gutter ball to Broadway, calling the 250. And he gets there with Broadway on the turn. That's so brutal. I'm not sure. 250 into 663. I wonder if Romain should have sized up in the spot, but he ends up jamming.
Yeah,
and
quick
getting
calls
snap
there.
called. Yeah. It's gross because I think on the flop, I'll let the hand finish. Yeah, so ace-10 holds as Broadway. I think it's gross because when you 3-bet to 200 and the pot's 600, you have second pair flush draw, not flush draw, so you do have like a lot of equity, but you never have to go big because your hand's not obviously the best hand. You'd rather have ace-king in that spot. So you could always go smaller and down bet. Your 3-bet sizing was 200. You can always go like 150 into 600.
And we'll have to double check on this as well, because as Andrew mentioned, that stack size definitely off for Romain. So silver could be up 3,600, could be up closer to 1,600. We'll find out here pretty soon, but given the buy-ins, I do think that that leaderboard at least is correct.
Yeah.
I don't believe Romain was in for more than 2,500.
Yeah, I think the line is for sure up about 3,000. The rest of them hovering between 500 losses or winnings, and Romain probably down around the 2 and West down 3. I don't mind, I guess, Romain jamming in that spot. You're just trying to get as much equity and you're folding out worse. You're putting a lot of other hands in tough spots. Yeah, obviously your stack size isn't the biggest, but I do think that he could have gone smaller on the flop because you're folding out worse hands anyways and getting called by better. And you don't mind getting the money in on the flop, but then when the turn comes and it's king, queen, jack with the 2 hearts, there's only one card to come, and even though it's like you do have the nut flush draw, a lot of times the nut flush is not going to get there. So you can even just check and take the showdown value that you have or realize your equity. But he decides to go with it there and unfortunately does break out. So
His was off.
Queens now for Levi. Has the nip button as well. Raises to 40.
I think it's always interesting and super cool when you get to play the nit game and you get a hand that really doesn't show that you're a nit or not, because your hand's just so strong. Like when Daniel had the aces earlier in the first round of the nit game.
A lot of fours. A lot of fours. I even got confused.
GA does call though, defending the rest of the nits. Flop 6-4 for Levi, still with the best of with the overpair. Not sure I agree with the check on the flop. I guess you want to keep all worse hands in, but you have to remember you have the nit button, so better just get rid of it. Decides to go 60 on the flop and quick fold, so.
I'm sorry. 43.94. Sorry.
You with $10 off?
$10 off. $10 off.
I had King Jack on them.
Always heads up, dude.
Yeah, it's always.
What do you eat?
Not the first time.
Yeah, I
I
know.
think you got lucky.
Yeah. Who? Yeah, he's Jack there.
I just had the 3-bet 10-4 off.
He's been last every time though.
To still lose.
There was 2 hearts in the middle.
Me too. I've been trying to force
Yeah,
it.
so I'm tripping. I saw 2 diamond. I thought he
Then
was
like
trying
the,
to chop.
the ones I do actually fold,
Okay, that's
end
what
up
hit
hitting
it.
it.
I said
So,
it once because I didn't
play him.
Yeah, he had a nut flush.
For some reason, I thought it was 2 diamonds and not. I mean, I run it twice, let him hit it, maybe a heart. I was tripping. But he was just trying to 10. We're chopping. That was me.
Wow, they're making it easy on us.
Huh?
You had 2 hearts?
Yeah.
Yeah, he had 2 hearts.
He had a pair and a nut
All right,
flush draw.
Wes. You can get in the way.
Did we fish the last part?
Yeah, but still. I don't really.
I thought he was there. I don't know. I guess I.
Either way,
So,
I mean, it's
For
the
me,
same thing.
for me, if it's pre-flop, without seeing, let's go twice, you know. But they're just ripping max spam. You hit it, you hit it. I mean,
We have, I believe it's 3 more nits. I could be wrong. Maybe heads up right now in the nit game, but 2 of them are in this hand. Ace 3-8. Wes was the 3-better and made it 75. Both Tish and Daniel called. Daniel with the best of it, top pair. Tish floating after Wes bets 105. Daniel also calling here. Has Ace of Diamonds, which is a very important card in the spot. Turn now, the 9 of Hearts. Shouldn't change too much. This is a spot where I would have liked Daniel to either 4-bet pre or just raise flop, because you just don't know where you are with this ace rag. River is 8. He correctly decides to just take his showdown value at this point and just check call. The only problem with this is it's multi-way 3 ways. And heads up, it's a lot easier to take your showdown value or check call. But multi-way, you do get just burned a lot of the time, so you kind of want to be that aggressor, especially when you're just first out of position. Tish debating if he wants to bluff this spot.
3.
Does not. Just check. Daniel gets rid of his nit button and picks up a pretty sizable pot with ace rag.
That bluff wasn't working.
There's always a sizing.
Yeah, that's true.
There is always a sizing.
And I believe that was the end of the nit game, the 3rd one. So Tish, I think the 2nd time he's lost the nit game tonight, has to put in the nit tax.
It's okay. Just a slightly off night for Tish. We all experience that in this great game that we hate and love.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I think Tish is kind of slow today. I think the king queen suited is a really good card to 4-bet, especially with stack sizes and with against West, who's kind of he's been playing a lot more hands than normal since the beginning. So I think it's an okay spot to 4-bet, and if you get 5-bet by West, then so be it. But at least by 4-betting, most likely the small blind doesn't come in there last to act for, I think it was $50 more. So you isolate heads up, and then you get another chance to go at it with the knit button.
Maybe.
Yeah, I'll go get Kirk out here. Just 3 drinks, 2 was it whiskey sours, and 1 Moscow Mule, and a basket of fries.
I'll make it easy. A basket of fries and water.
And a Moscow Mule, right? No mule? Come on. You don't even know.
This is also the great thing about the knit game, because once it's over, there's a splash pot, and people start to get out of line with their hands because they want to win the 160 dead. And a bit of math for you guys, it's not worth it. When you're calling with like 9-8 offsuit, multi-way, $80 to win 160. Unless the pot's like just super bloated, then yeah, but a lot of time you're just lighting money on fire. So we'll see where it goes, but it looks like it's going Texas heads up multi-way.
It does change the open sizing typically. Again, dependent on who does open. Some people definitely lean into the knit game or elements of the knit game, like the splash pot, more than others.
Oh wow, Jack 3-5, 2 clubs, West with the flush draw, GA with nut flush draw. And this is that problem. Levi with absolutely nothing decides to just lead out on it for 150. A lot of people just getting out of line for 160 dead, and then I guess now it's 80 times 5, right? So another a lot of dead money actually in the pot because it was bloated, because of this splash pot that wouldn't be happening if it wasn't for the knit game and the splash pot. So we have both flush draws call.
And Levi obviously going to win this one. Queen
4
high
of clubs. That is not the case. So GA now with the nut flush against West's flush. Yeah, I think it's just going in here. The pot's so bloated. Wow. And they just check it through. Which is a crazy thing because the hands are so under-repped at this point. I think West is going to look to jam, or if he goes for a small sizing, he's not going to be able to get away from it when GA ships it, which is unfortunate. And that's kind of the problem with this splash pot, right? There's just like so much reverse. Yeah, he jams it. There's just so much reverse implied odds when you're just playing for this 160. Like there's no reason to just burn it. It's going to be a pretty easy call. If they have a boat, they have a boat, so... I think GH is getting the correct count.
Yeah, it was about 853 in there before this jam for slightly over pot, and there we see cards on the back, so he has called at this point, and Wes shown the bad news.
Yeah, I don't know if that one bluff that Wes had just kind of threw him off, because he was making pretty sound decisions before that, and I think in a normal setting where he's thinking like optimally, I think he might 3-bet that hand with 9-8 suited. I think it's a really good contender to 3-bet after the open, but
yeah. And just like that, we see 2 open seats. I do believe we will have some fresh blood and new chips on the felt pretty soon here. Stick around for that. And obviously for more action like what you've seen all night long. Pokerline, Silver, Daniel, all booking strong wins so far. GA up 800 after that one. Getting unstuck.
Is there a game going there?
yeah, it's interesting. I think Line was the one person that played that splash pot how I think it should be played. You just kind of want to be aggressive pre-flop, and whatever happens post-flop happens. But when you just kind of take the passive route and just flat in a splash pot after the Nick game, you're just kind of asking for trouble. A lot of reverse implied odds. Whereas like both Wes's hands, GA's hands were easy contenders for a big 3-bet. And you could just fold out so much dead money. And then when you call, you're risking so much more post flop because you just put yourself in these bad situations. If you make it 300 after all the limps, or even 400, you can take down so much dead money. But in that spot, it ends up costing Wes almost 1,400 in that pot. Back to some good old poker, no nit game. When I say good old poker, I mean Texas 1-3. And GA opens with ace king to 125, which is a very unorthodox sizing, given that there's no straddle. It's just pure 1-3. He just goes 40x the big blind, and he's able to get a call from silver with ace jack offsuit. Flops top, which is crazy because he's never really going to get any more value from this spot, but he somehow maximized getting as much value as possible just because he made it so large pre-flop.
And he basically goes pot here. It's 200 into 254.
Yeah. We know GA plays pretty aggressive at this point.
I regret that next time because the next hand's bigger.
But yeah, like the 125 should never be getting called pre-flop, but he's somehow able to maximize that pre-flop call from ace jack offsuit, and then he's able to maximize that hand. Because if he makes it a regular sizing, like $15-20, and they go to flop, he's not getting any more money. So he maximizes a lot of value just by making it so big.
No, you were down 2.
In for 3.
In for 3, yeah. That's a little fucked up. That's a little fucked up. I'm trying to make a pair. Y'all over here making flushes and shit. I don't know.
What can we make? 15?
Yeah, you bet into the field with the worst hand. Can't believe you did that.
See it open. Come on, man. I'll buy your next drink again.
Apparently you're already doing that.
Yeah, I am.
I got another meal coming for you.
All right, let's go. Easy. Call. A little bit more, huh?
No straddle.
How long does this string go for?
I think 6 to 11, right?
Another collision potentially here.
Can't beat this guy today.
Ace king for Tish. It is offsuit, but ace queen doing the 3-betting. GA needs a heat check. Big blind special already.
I don't think we played a hand, me and you. Huh?
Let's go, Kirk!
Uh-oh.
Sounds like we might
God.
get Kirk
You can't have that
Brown into the stream.
For Kirk. Welcome to the table.
Gotta love Levi's action.
2 times. Check.
He starts with an extra button, right?
Session, bro.
Extra
Come on.
knit button.
Why not?
King on the flop is not the 4 Kirk you would want to see Levi. Tish with top, Levi with king with a pretty good kicker in the jack. GA with backdoor diamonds and obviously backdoor straight draws. But when it checks to Tish and he makes it 125, it's such a good sizing. He's going to get called by worse kings and even keep in like middling pocket pairs. GA obviously floating, backdoor diamonds. He might think his ace is good, and ace is not what you want to see on the turn. 3 of diamonds, exact card I called out. That backdoor diamond, GA now turning a lot of equity. When I say a lot, I just mean the nut flush draw. It's not a lot of equity, but he went from basically dead to now having some form of hope. Checks to Tish once again. I would like a size up at this point. And 700, just like I said. You really want to find out right now if anyone has sets, which you will find out very quickly. You want to charge draws, front door spades, queen jack, queen 10 type hands. obviously these players are capable of having sets, but a lot of the time I don't think they play their pocket pairs this way. Surprisingly enough, after Levi calls, GA folds his nut flush. He had a pretty good price to call, but I think it's just too big of a sizing, which is really good by Tish, because I think for sure in the long run, ace-high flush draws calling in that spot are losing money, so it's a good sizing by Tish. River, Queen of Hearts, would have made a pair for GA, but obviously no good at this point. Levi, 1,500 behind, 2,200 pot. Tish, not really have to be scared of anything except Jack 10 of spades and King Queen, both of which not too many combos, and yeah, correctly jams. I love it. I gave Tish his flowers last week on the Friday stream. I'll give him them here. He just knows when to go for value, when to fold correctly. He might have lost the splash pot or the nit game twice tonight, but in the end of it all, you're not really losing that much money if you're making the correct folds. You're not trying to punt just to win the nit game. And sometimes that's how it has to be. Sometimes you have to be the nit just to make money. It's sick. I think there's only really 2 combos of hands that would really beat Tish, and that's why he correctly jams. The only 2 combos of hands that beat Tish are Jack 10 of spades that would call flop and turn, and then King Queen of diamonds, because you block King Queen of clubs with your King of clubs, and then there's a Queen of hearts, so King Queen of diamonds is realistically the only King Queen combo that beats him. So of course Levi can have a lot of King Queen offsuits because it's Levi, and if he's able to call with King Jack, he'll call with King Queen, but he does call. Yep, Tish is on point. So nice hand, Tish. Nice hand.
And Gio will get that countdown correct. Looks like we did have Tish covering, actually. May have missed a add-on or something there. But expect Levi to be back quickly now. And here we have the 5 seat filled by Anchorman. See if that's what he actually goes by again here. Played on stream once and did really well with it, but we're going to have a dealer change and look at our promos. Seniors Sunday, back again. 30K starting stack, 30-minute levels, 200 buy-in, great value if you qualify, must be 50 years or older. It's April 7th, early start. And if you like mixed games like me, we have Mixed Mayhem Mondays. We already had our horse tournament coming up this Monday, TOE. It's triple draw, Omaha 8, and stud 8 or better. Look us up on Poker Atlas. Follow us on social media for all of our tournaments, including those Mixed Mayhem Mondays. And if we're not having step satellites to our main event, we are having Midday Madness at noon. And Carrie Ellerman in chat, definitely agree. Mr. Voden Vlogs, great addition to the commentary booth at Champions so far. Second week running.
Yeah, thanks Gary for the compliment. It's always nice to see you in the room at Champions playing the tournament and sometimes mixing it up in the 1-2 streets with you. So thanks as always for the support on my vlogs and also for supporting Champions. Also, he's been crushing the tournament streets in those midday tournaments. So great value if you want to get in the mix with him as well. Noon usually, Monday through Friday. $700 guarantee.
Yeah, and we do have a lot of those step satellites going on now as we approach the PokerGo Tour, the Texas Poker Open, coming to Champions here in Houston. $2 million guaranteed on the main event. It's a $3,300 buy-in, but if you don't want to put $3,300 up, you can fire the Step 1 satellite for $75. What's really cool about these Step satellites is they are milestone events, meaning once you hit a milestone on the chip counts, you just lock up your seat. You don't have to play down to the final 5. There are 5 seats guaranteed on Step 1, 3 seats guaranteed on Step 2, and the milestone is 120,000. Once you reach 120,000 or more in your stack, your chips are out of play and you've locked up your seat to the next level, the next step. Really great value. Spend that 75 up to a $3,300 main event seat.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. I fired, I think, 4 $75 bullets, but the overlay on them has been kind of crazy, so it's always just such great value. $75, 5 seats guaranteed, and you start with 20K. You just have to hit 120K. If no one's able to hit 120K, you play down to those 5 seats, and a lot of the time it's a super small field, so you have a really high chance of getting it. Once you hit your Step 1 $75 satellite and you get a seat, you go into the 550 buy-in. And even buying into that 550 one is super great value because it's 10K in the prize pool, which is 3 seats. 3 seats guaranteed in the 550. So, you know, not a lot of people can always put up that 550, so you're usually playing against other Step 1 satellite players. So even buying in for $550 is great value too.
And have you noticed anything? Like, did you lose weight or what?
Because I work out.
So, tip, ace king, suited, Daniel with the pocket tens. He had 3-bet to 140 and Daniel calls. This flop's just really good for Daniel. When tip leads the flop and gets called on it, I think the only hands that you can really beat are clubs at this point, so continuing on the turn isn't the best. The river is obviously a great card for him, Queen of Hearts, so he does over bet pot 1100 into 1000. The problem is if you're Daniel, if you call flop turn and he's thinking about it, the only hands that beat you are kings, aces, ace queen. There's so many other bluffs at this point that you beat that you can call off with. And it's not an easy spot by no means, but you don't have the 10 of clubs, so you're not blocking like Jack 10 of clubs that would be bluffing. So there's even more bluffs that are out there that you can credibly put in his range where you want to call off. If you have, I'm not saying like if you have the 10 of clubs that obviously that, okay, well now he can't have Jack 10 of clubs, so that's one less bluff. But adding one more bluff into his repertoire of hands that he'd be bluffing allows you to call off more often, if that makes sense.
If I flop a king, it plays totally different.
So if you think you have to be good, let's for say example 30% of the time, and you're trying to think of 3 out of 10 hand combos that you beat, and you need that extra combo of Jack 10 suited, yeah, and he makes a call, it's a great call, then it gives you more incentive to call in those spots. And it's a great call by Daniel, so good call. Good bet by Tip, but I probably just give up after getting called on the flop. Because the only hand or hands that you're trying to beat or fold out are club draws. If you get called on the flop after getting called by the 3-bet pre-flop, the opponent just has pocket pairs a lot of the time.
Oh, it's we have the wrong. We have opposite microphones.
And then even if they have
Your microphone's off.
an ace X clubs,
You have my microphone.
they either paired up or they just have ace king clubs. The only hand that you're folding out at that point is ace jack of clubs, ace 10 of clubs. Ace queen's obviously going to call you on the river. So having ace king of diamonds is not the best hand you want to be bluffing with on the turn or river.
A lot of work to do now.
I've been more committed, bro.
You would have raised more.
You're back even.
Good call, Daniel.
Well, if I call, he's
Plenty of
bumping it
chips
up
on the
a
table
lot,
to do so.
probably.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
if you call him, yeah, of course.
And the chips are live.
Yep. It's too early.
Calling in position.
Got like another hour.
Levi, how much did you buy in?
1,000, yeah. That's all Will would loan me.
Banks run
Seems
dry.
fair. If you bust, you got to start back at the bottom.
Yeah.
The initial buy.
A lot of work to do.
Raise a 20.
Initial buy.
On 6. 8 folds.
Thank
9
you.
folds. 20. 1 fold.
Two. That was fun. I could have got away with it. I just thought
Yeah, it's a big bet. I mean, you
King
can
Jack's-
kind of fold, but it makes you want to call.
the overbet made me want to call.
Yeah, for sure. It was a good bet. Make it 75.
5 re-raise. 75.
I know no one's folding, but
Call 75.
But he's still doing it.
I want to play for a bigger. I want to play for.
That's a good mentality to have.
3 calls 75.
But
There
there's
we
a
go.
pot throw in
Didn't
the
he
hit.
That's the only reason why I called it.
Yeah, Kirk three betting the 9-8 suited on the straddle. Unfortunately, gets no respect given that he is on the straddle, but I do like the 3-bet with this hand.
I would have, though.
I'd rather 3-bet it than flat it and go multi-way, and somehow gets rewarded with king 8-8. Like I said, I'd rather 3-bet this hand and get folds, try to isolate rather than go multi-way. But when you do go multi-way and you see a flop like this, you're more than happy. Silver with the flush draw, Daniel with top pair, Levi and Tip not much of anything, so they're gonna fold. And he bets small after making it 75, so I really love it. I've played with Kirk before. He isn't sitting as deep as the other players, so he's trying to just get that pot to where he can get it in.
250.
Yeah, so 250, he's going to leave himself 500 into 1,000. They're going to have to call off any river bet, which is a really great sizing. It is small, but that's only because his stack size is so small. And he's most likely going to get the call in this spot from Daniel. The only hand that Daniel can really put him on that would 3-bet pre is ace-king. If Daniel's able to fold here and put him on that type of hand, then hats off to him. And he does. I think Daniel recognizes that there's better spots. And he's going to have to call off the $500 river bet if he calls the turn. So
That's what I say to that.
silver does call with the heart draw. King on the river. Sadly enough, Daniel does fill up, but he did make the right fold on the turn. Unfortunate.
My friend here. I felt bad.
It'll be interesting if Silver jams here, given that he has 7 high, and what Kirk opts to do, because Kirk's just going to have to put the opponent on a king, given that he called every street, but he'll just take his showdown value. Yep. Daniel cussing because he would have gotten there, but he made the right fold on the turn. You can't fault yourself for it.
You really did want to play a big one with that hand, yeah.
What do you mean? I had a king.
So you gave him credit and you were
Yeah,
right.
you gave me credit.
And then you would have got super lucky with your 2-outer.
I was right, yeah, I was right. It was a good fold, definitely. I can't be results oriented.
Right. And he says it the best. You can't be results oriented. If you make the right fold in those spots and it just is what it is, you hit a 2-outer, just don't beat yourself up, move on to the next hand, and play poker.
At least.
Yeah, 160, splash pot.
Jacob, any promos tomorrow morning/afternoon? Every day this month in the morning, 9 to 12, we have high hand for $200. And we usually only have like a table or two going in the morning, so it's a really easy way to get that $200 high hand. You're not competing against too many people. As long as your high hand holds for the hour, you get $200. And that high hand starts at a pair or ace high. So obviously a lot of the hands that win in the spots are like flushes, full houses. We get the occasional straight flush or quads, but other than that, in the morning, it's pretty tame, so flushes and full houses win. $200 in the morning. And then in the afternoon, we have more so in the evening, we have mystery high hands. And what that is you have to qualify two cards to play with the board, straights or better. And if your high hand holds, you get to draw out of a barrel. And the prizes there are swag, champions apparel, food comps, free night at the hotel, and varying amounts of money between $100, $200, and $300. So a lot of cool prizes you can win, and that's 4 p.m. to 11 p.m.
What do you teach them?
Orchestra.
I could have guessed that, I think.
Or choir.
Choir.
Yeah, that'd be a good one.
The whole conversation about it.
Yeah, y'all missed it. We had a 2-hour conversation about fish.
I used to play the clarinet.
Last hand.
7 orange.
Yep, that.
Take it down early.
That's good.
You play every hand, huh?
What'd you make? 100%. What did he make it?
All in.
Oh.
In all of it.
All
in
he
my
made
face.
He made it his entire
More
side.
than 150.
Button move to the floor.
Shadow's been auto?
To be fair,
Yeah.
you did.
Yeah,
You raised his.
My boy JB getting in the mix in the 7th seat, filling in Wes's seat. Always down to play big. He's always on the Champions floor if you want to play with him. If you think he's a fish on the stream, come out and play at Champions. He's here almost every day, aside from maybe 2 or 3 days out of the week when he's like cutting hair. But if you think he's a fish and you think he's easy money, come to Champions.
That's why I'm here.
Yeah. He and I are always playing 1-3 on the floor. We're playing deep, 1, 2, 3K effective. So, you know, if you think you're good and you want to take our money, put your money where your mouth is. We're always here to play.
I just made a really sad.
Is there times when you don't want aces?
Now I'm upset.
Never.
I got shoved in my face.
I want
Against like a
aces when it's
10x
going to
open,
be
I
the
should
winning
not have done that. Fuck, bro.
Fresh Nick game.
That was a mistake.
That's the only reason I jammed is a fresh Nick game. Normally I'd probably just make it small.
4 razor
You're getting action if you made it small.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take it down. I'll get rid of my mid button. Safer once.
And back with the knit game, and we already have big hands. Tip opening on the button to 120. It looks like the $15 straddle is out there, maybe the 30. Yeah, it looks like the $30 straddle's out there. So Tip going 4x with 9s. Kirk now 3-betting to 375. And JB with ace queen suited rips it.
Bro, what the ball?
It's so sick because Kirk chooses a 3-bet sizing where he has to kind of get it in. Everyone else is kind of deeper than what he is, so creates a very interesting dynamic. Tip correctly getting out of the way. Kirk most likely going to have to call off.
Think it would help you there.
Yeah, and it really works out that JB's already built his image as action. JB pretty well known here too in Houston, so
Maybe he has something this time. He's like,
What do you think ace king
gotta
is?
give action to the action player, especially with 2 blackjacks.
Let's think about this.
Anybody got chips in their bag?
out there. Lots of chips.
How much you lose?
2.
It's so funny because if I had $1,000 in front of me against JB, I snap. If I'm deeper with him, like the 2K, I had to definitely think about it. I only have 375 in. There might be better spots to fold, but
What do you mean?
you've already put 1/5 of your stack in, basically.
I forgot you
I
had.
don't want cash on your chips.
Yeah, you were gonna get chips. I know.
Maybe $500 doesn't make too big of a difference, but man, it's gonna be brutal if he folds here and then, yep, it's a good call. Nick game's on.
It's a flip.
2 full boards?
The range is always bigger with the Nick game. If you keep that in mind, it's more often a call than not.
Progressively worse hands.
Yeah. It'll be ace jack next time.
This is for the first board, huh?
Yeah. You don't. Yeah.
Oh, wow. I had my first pocket pair thing.
So I'll just want to. That was strong for you. Yeah. Like going all in without the knit button. That's strong.
Oh God! What a
And JB flops nut flush draw. He has so many outs. And I think this is the second hand of the Nick game because what they said is he doesn't even have his knit button anymore. So he must have gotten rid of it on the previous hand with the ace king. So this is saying that he's just so strong when he 4-bets with no knit button.
So Kirk holds on the first board, flicks in his knit button. Knit button can only be lost on the natural board the first run out. 2 hearts have already been burned.
Wow,
for
pretty
JB.
clean flop.
He's going to need to play his 2 overcards and connect with them.
There's the ace. Now needs to fade 2 outs.
Not looking to see a red jack if you're JB.
Let me block her out. We're playing for time. Quick and fast. Wait, that was not a red.
Close.
Yeah, JB not afraid to get the money in.
Hey, you got rid of your button.
And yeah, it just looks so strong. I think that's why Kirk really thought about it, because JB doesn't have a knit button anymore. So when he jams in that spot, he's doing it over an open to 120 and a 3-bet to 375. So it's a pretty strong jam, but at the same time, it's JB. Cumulative winnings here. Lion at the top, 3K. Daniel in the mix after making the great call with pocket tens. Silver Tish also up there above the 1K, 1.5K mark to be exact. And then GA Kirk and our new runner JB in the mix with the other 3 players at the bottom.
Viewers want pain.
Almost doubled up.
Close. I think if you put it in faster pre-flop, you would have won both boards.
Yeah, shout out Scott. Wes did bust down 5,000. So he was replaced on stream by JB.
I had 30.
We also had Romaine earlier in the 5 seat get replaced by Kirk.
From the straddle.
I like it when our the players without the knit game start to mix it up, defend the other players, and Kirk opens, or sorry, calls on the button with 6-5 offsuit. Not afraid to mix it up. After Silver opens $60, Levi also in the mix.
The runouts on that last stream were
Yeah, Kirk and Levi, very similar players, like to play any 2 cards and just see flops and play some post-flop.
Last week on Friday.
You checked art? Oh, my bad.
Last week on Friday, there was 3 runner perfects.
One they had hit
King 10-3, King turn. I think I would have liked Silver to continue on that flop, given that it just does hit his range and he does have equity on it. It's not like he's just ace high. He has Broadway draw with ace high, so does river a pair. It's hard for your opponent to have a king when there's 2 on the board, so you're most likely good. Levi does check. Decides to go for value here, targeting, I guess, 10x hands or worse pocket pairs, or specifically ace high. So they both have the knit button in this spot. See if Levi calls.
disgusting game sometimes.
Looks like he's taking off 25 so he can make the call, and he does.
I think I deserve one of those mid buttons back. Folded a king.
Damn, bro.
Crazy.
Yeah, surprising. JB folded king jack offsuit.
I don't know why you decided to play a different strategy after it worked the first 2 times.
Yeah, seriously.
Who's the other one? Playing jammer fold, and that one's not a jam.
Well, it would have worked though.
It would have worked, you're right.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I won't give JB too much flack. I played like a nit when I was on the stream, but very surprised for him to play ace king, ace queen, and then just fold the king jack there. Chip counts GA with a huge stack above 5K after making some pretty big hands against other players, stacking Wes with the nut flush Tish up there as well. A lot of our players above 2K, not too many below. And then VPIPs, obviously JB just joined, Kirk just joined, so their VPIPs are a bit inflated. But Levi, a pure 50% after all the hands he's played on the stream tonight. No one below 20%. Surprisingly enough, Tish at 22, but I know he's been playing really well. Maybe he's just been card dead with the distribution of hands. But it's always a good stream when there's a knit game 24/7 and no one's below the 20% mark.
That's what that was, probably. I bet it was.
Yeah, pretty nice to be GA as well.
Come on down to Champions Club.
You see that stack in front of him,
Then Brian's talking. Yeah,
given all of that action. It's nice to be able to have 5,600 in front of you.
Yeah, and a 1-3, almost 2,000 big blinds. If you can get there, it's a crazy amount.
2 red 10s and the hijack for Tip now.
This qualifies for the back end too.
Yeah. We already got one winner.
Is it you? No.
He won.
Not sure what Tish Money has yet, but decides to 3-bet to 200 in the small blind.
He got 100.
I didn't spend it yet.
Tip, obviously calling.
I think he did, but he doesn't have to.
No, I know
You don't have to. If you win it, you don't have to.
Yeah.
Right?
So like, if you win, you gotta put it on the table. If you win close, you have to win.
Freeport. In the morning for Kinsley Shuffle.
I think most people usually do, but
Waiting for the graphics to catch up, slowly but surely. Tish, with ace-10 offsuit, 3-betting pre in the big blind. I like it. When you have a marginal ace-X hand like this, you don't want to play out of position, so it's better to 3-bet it pre, and then you can kind of take the aggressive betting lead. Does decide to bet 125, C-bet, down betting. Love the sizing. You fold out a lot of no pair hands, and you're gonna get floated a lot of time by these pocket pair hands, but you can always continue on the turn and go larger. And just like that.
6-hour trip or 5-hour trip when you could be
Does go 400 into 600.
still have to drive back eventually.
Yeah, it's
You still have the same equity on the flop with your gutter to Broadway. You put a lot of these types of hands under pressure. Yeah, just a great move.
Why couldn't you have that when I was doing it?
Great 3-bet pre.
Damn, this is the earliest I've seen you lose.
Great down bet C-bet, and then great turn sizing.
Yeah, my too.
And even though he's 2 for 4 on the knit game, it was a really good way to do it. And he's always losing the minimum just by splashing the pot, never losing more than he needs to.
I'd like 5
A good flop raise.
I wish I'd finished.
Proud of you.
Thank you.
Expanding your range.
Thank you. It was like ace-jack plus.
Yeah, it used to be ace-jack plus there, maybe ace-10 suited, but now it's ace-10 offsuit.
He's just trying to show off.
I did see that.
I want to see it.
There you go.
That's not my range anyways.
The other ones don't matter. Huh?
One vote.
One, two.
I don't even know if I put my phone in the correct box, to be honest. I just put it up there.
You been drinking tonight?
It's just in a
I have,
box.
yeah, I have.
4 votes.
20?
What?
Oh, it'll be.
Yeah,
It'll get hot here in a
You
minute.
played a stream before, right?
Yeah, I don't remember being this cold. Can I have that jack back?
Just give it.
It's that cheap, literally.
Sorry about that, man.
No, you're good. You're good.
Nice vote, Tony.
They're both dogs there anyways.
Check.
Oh, good check. Good
Flop the
check.
nuts. Come on.
Jack.
Jack, jack, jack.
Pick me.
I'm in 8, 9, 10, whatever.
Two bet 50. 3 call 50.
Respect. Respect.
Tight fold, right? Was that flop? I tried.
Another club rolling off here for nobody. So the king queen still in the lead here. 230 in the middle. Pokerline does decide to check it. Daniel has position.
Not just.
Look on the YouTube thumbnail.
Does go 150.
Well, it says, what is it, like, Wild Fridays or some shit?
Wild Friday. Frenzy Friday.
Tends the
Frenzy.
field. 5:30 in the middle now.
Come take Levi's.
One card to come. And 2 pair now for Daniel, but 4 to a flush.
Levi said, come get it.
Just goes check, check. Understandably so. Action killer, river.
I'd have been a sick little solo. It's good. It's good anyway. 2 pair.
Hard to build a pot with a run out like that.
Oh, yeah.
So Daniel just drags it in and gets rid of the nib button.
Yeah, it seemed like Harry was a bit frustrated in that spot, but they both played it as perfectly as you could have with each of their hands. So,
yeah, I think it's just interesting and testament to power position there too, where if they were in each other's shoes, same holdings, Pokerline likely to bet on that turn as well. But out of position, he's really just got to check it, especially multi-way on that turn. Go for a little pot control. Try to get it to showdown. A little bit of check call. But enough of that hand. How about queens for silver? Getting some quick folds around to the blinds. It's Jack 9 out of the small blind for Levi.
Check dark, pausing that.
We're going heads up.
Maybe a straight.
Bet dark.
Oh, God.
What are you going to do?
You got to change it up a little
Call
bit.
it raise. I don't know.
You should have raised dark.
Raised dark. That would've
Levi
been, if you
catching a
raised
piece.
Dark, that would have been sick.
Needs some running clubs.
that's pretty sick. Silver bet dark, I believe, after Levi checked dark, and he just flops top set the nuts. So obviously Levi can't fold when that happens, given that he does flop a pair backdoor clubs and backdoor straight. So unfortunate spot for Levi where he checked dark, bet dark, and he does turn equity in the form of clubs. Levi checks once again. Silver now has to kind of size, yeah. It's I don't know if the sizing is the best because you do just get snap called by clubs in that spot, and you fold out worse, like the exact hand that Levi has. I think if you go small, you kind of just risk yourself, right, on the run out. If a club peels, then it is what it is. But your hand's so strong, just get a bit more value. You can go 150, and then if it's a blank river, you get to ship it. If not, then it is what it is, right? But I think he just wants to get rid of his nib button and also just get the money in the middle if they have clubs, and he's just going to flip with boat outs. So it's not the worst jam. Just sometimes there's a bit more value to be squeezed in those spots.
If someone checked dark and I had ace king,
Mainly because what is he calling you with on the flop? Given that it's Levi, but in a standard spot, if someone calls you on that flop, a lot of the time they just have clubs because you have the nuts. You're blocking any type of queen. So you have top set. The only other hands that are going to call you in that spot are clubs, so or Jack 10, I guess. But even then, you want to get value from those hands, and you're just getting snapped off by flushes.
What's the best bet dark chart?
I'm still in the punt lab.
That's a good one.
I'm at that chapter too.
I had a call today. I was like thinking about signing up for this course. It's called, I saw it on Instagram. It was like Hungry Horse.
Oh, I know that guy.
So I had a call with him today. It was 5K. I was like,
He plays with Hustler, that guy.
Yeah.
What is Hungry? Is it a poker thing?
If you're charging someone to teach,
It's the guy's name.
There's way better options.
Yeah.
I know. But I wanted something that was like, and I've done courses and stuff, but they're like boring. It's like just look at these videos, but like it seemed like an interactive, hands-on
There's a call every day.
Is it like a private? Would he private teach?
Yeah, it was like 10 students in the class in a month for a month.
What was the one that
How
did that?
often they meet? How often they meet?
Once every day.
Every day?
Yeah. A 3-hour call or
For
hour and a half
5K?
call. Yeah.
What was the big?
But it was like, which
Solve
is
for why
honestly
or
not a
whatever.
bad deal.
They had a person.
Who is the guy?
It's called Hungry Horse.
Who's the guy who teaches?
Hungry Horse. It's like but the main guy owns it. He has a YouTube channel called
Is he
Hungry Horse
good?
Poker.
It's just called Hungry Horse Poker.
He's a really he's like a
high
short.
stakes cash. It's only
yeah.
for cash only.
He's a high stakes cash player.
It's for cash only.
Interesting.
So you just have a bankroll.
Yeah.
It's so cool.
I do find, yeah, a lot of the.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Like 5K would just.
5K, you can go buy in.
You know how many buy-ins that is?
Like if he fills up his class.
Hey, I mean, if he's a good teacher.
Yeah.
Sure. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, and
The only
I do
problem-
like the hands-on aspect of it.
The problem is a lot of poker players are not good teachers.
He has some pretty good.
Do fries go with that shake?
They just,
I
like,
answered your
recite
question.
over output.
No need to retract your messages. I get that you're a little impatient, but yes, the answer to your question, if you earn your room comp through playthrough, needs to be used same day. If you win a free room through some of our drawings and promos, then there will be a separate expiration date on that, as explained through any of those promos that you do earn them through.
My friend, who's online player of the year, Michael, he gave me his login to BBC, and it was like
I might have bet flop.
I
might have bet flop.
I did some. I watched some of it.
and it's just like, yeah, I'm sure that's really good info, but it's
Good seeing HV in chat.
yeah, exactly.
All these players on the stream,
He plays 100% of hands. So
probably glad not to see him on the table with them.
Would you already look?
Okay, I'm doing it no matter what.
Ooh. Polka. Strato.
Of course.
Double, that's a triple straddle right there.
And then always trying to catch up on chat and answer all questions in chat. Brandon Lang also asking about the knit button. Those are those red buttons in front of some of the players.
Ain't say nothing new.
Did I do something wrong?
Got to win a hand in order to get rid of the knit button. Last person with a knit button in front of them pays the knit tax. Knit tax here at Champions, we pay out as a splash pot. It's not a tax paid out to each individual player. The loser has a shot at winning their own money back. Price of the knit tax is usually 5x the big blind multiplied by 8 for each player at the table. Tonight, the price is $200.
Got your option. You feel better now?
Yeah, I feel great.
A little voice in my head told me not to do that with that hand.
Was this yours?
That was yours. I'm a long time ago.
Can't even remember.
I only drink alcohol.
So you've looked at some of the stuff that you haven't considered taking or stuff?
Only alcohol. Or Celsius.
Just top and bottom for JB.
Nothing good for you.
And we've played enough with JB to know that this is a JB hand.
Asked her to bring it, but it's like,
I never end up going.
Right, yeah.
keep it, make it look like water.
I think the graphics are wrong. He does not have his knit button anymore. He was the first to get rid of his. Pretty standard call here. I think it's okay to raise in that spot because you don't want better kings to catch up, but multi-way you're okay with it. You want people to value on themselves with better kings like ace, king, king, queen, king, jack, whatever it might be. And then you also want to keep their bluffs in by flatting. So exactly does that. Just flats. Checks through. River's a 9. It's not the best card, obviously. Backdoor spades get there, as well as some weird jack 10, 6 5s. And yep, betting 250 into the 487 pot. I think it's an easy call by JB. Never raise, especially with action behind. You want the person behind also call. He does raise though. I think he's really targeting a stronger king. Ace, king, king, queen, king, jack. Unfortunately, though, he's not getting called by those hands.
So there's like a stable type setup.
It'll be interesting, though, if Tip decides to call here, because there's not too many bluffs that JB has that just calls the flop after two people, after there's a bet call. But then again, a lot of these guys have not played with JB like we have. And JB is capable of bluffing this spot, just specifically in this dynamic and configuration after Harry bets button and Tip calls. JB's never calling with complete air and then checking turn and barreling river this big.
So be it. Fuck GG and all. Hey, that's a
Because
sponsor.
the King 8-3 flop is so
Get this guy out of here.
disjointed. There realistically isn't any bluff. I can't think of anything like 10-9 or Queen 10 or Queen Jack or Ace High. It would really have to just be like Ace High.
I mean, but in all honesty, I have no issue with.
Could be a loose. I don't know how loose we're talking, but
Now, maybe when PokerGo was here.
But because it's JB and he goes for this huge sizing of $800, it really makes people think, why are you raising me? Tip does fold.
You gotta show one.
I have to show one?
No.
He's joking.
You don't have your net
When you get
button.
people to think like that with the hand that they have, as we can see it, it's always a good bet.
Oh, and for the new people that
I was
followed
surprised
up,
that JB went for that raise.
for the new people that just rolled
But
up,
when you get your opponent to think about it, think about calling with as marginal a hand as he had,
if you forget,
then it's a good bet.
re-ante the splash.
So good raise.
But everybody has shown, I think, for the splash.
been
Or
all
it's
in.
been like in a showdown anyway, where like it's been all in.
Alright, touch up in this game, right?
And if we've been forgetting, good for them.
Card does fuck. I've been trying to create shit all night.
Go all in.
I'm trying.
He's working on it. He's being dealt like Jack 5 off the entire damn night.
All in.
Oh, fuck. Why
There
you
it
have to
is.
take my advice right then?
Tell me what to do. Sorry. Okay.
But I have a hand, baby.
Is it heads up?
No. There's still a lot. Yeah, it's heads up in that game, but we got a lot of action behind it.
All the action. Literally first
All the action.
Just open rip.
I'm trying to get in it, get in that and get
I
there.
probably shouldn't even look at this.
Yeah, you should just call.
So you just call? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, man. You want that action.
Ooh.
I had my net button.
Let's split this together, you guys.
First
Thing.
Oh, one card call.
Oh.
Alright, this is a little.
I had king 7.
Nah. Fair.
I should it too.
There you go.
I should've-
So,
I should've let
dang, gotta pay the tax.
I did. No, I took it back.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, you take it back, that's right.
No, I did. I shipped it to you.
Is it? Okay. Okay,
On
I
the
believe
table.
you.
Flash
Table.
pod,
I
huh?
believe you.
Okay,
If you
good.
believe
Quick hand.
And so with that hand, GA loses the nit game and has to pay the 160 nit tax.
Well,
So that means buttons.
yeah, buttons are good.
That was just the 50.
No, right here.
Button was right there.
But who is the loser of the game? He already paid.
Couldn't lose that. I'm losing tonight, so I just.
Losing the net. Yeah, you can't pay the one.
I'm throwing the party tonight.
Throwing the party, baby.
Throwing the party.
Appreciate it. You want another drink?
I think you have a little ways to go.
You are one of the greatest party throwers.
Some people left. They threw the party already.
I'm sorry, that was.
He lost 4.
What?
He lost 4.
Yeah.
I lost
Good
4
thing
too.
you didn't hear that.
Right.
No,
Fair enough.
we're chill,
We
bro.
threw the
We're
party.
chill.
Or are you and Romaine?
We are chill.
We'll find out.
One, 3, 6, 15. Good old Texas poker. Levi flats with 8-7 offsuit as next act. Tee up, making it 125 with the Queen 10 suited. On Kirk now with also Queen 10 suited, decides to fold. Daniel with pocket deuces does fold. I think he can find a better spot. It's not the worst call, assuming that other people behind him call, but it's you're not deep enough to set mine.
Defense.
If there's a few 4 or 5K stacks that call, then yeah, the deuces is a good call. But he does recognize that 125 is a bit too much, given that Tip's only 1K effective and Levi's only 500, 600 effective. So it's okay to fold that spot with deuces there. Levi does fold. Tip shows a queen 10, and he takes down a nice little 160 bonus on top of the dead money in the blinds.
Small blind.
Yeah. I would have for sure if I did this there.
Yeah,
I'm stuck. You're not.
I'm not.
It's not even too bad.
That'd been funny if I call you.
I said I'm not.
Yeah, you're not saying I would do.
All done.
Any pair,
I'm only in.
Add the button, that's
right
what.
No, yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. Like, I'm definitely calling if
Yeah.
I don't, not the small blind.
Yeah.
It's been on all night. They keep asking, bro.
Remember, Harry and I have our split.
Turn that volume up.
Do what? Yeah, oh yeah, yeah. No, we have our splits. Mine was off. Yeah. We'll be fine.
Yeah.
They don't need to, they can stop telling us.
All good in the
Give me something to
hood.
go all in here.
Although I could use the restroom and then they
Levi,
blame
you
me.
still have
That'd
like
be fun.
200 big blinds.
No, I don't.
You know you're playing.
This game.
You know you're playing Champions Poker Live when you're sitting almost 200 bigs deep. Bigs
But
deep.
you're short.
Bigs deep, but it feels. I mean, Straddle's been on the entire time, so it's less than 100. 55?
Speed limit.
Kirk opening on the button to $55 in the 13615. Levi calling with the king 10 offsuit and Euro stacking like I do with the 2 chips. $505 in front of him with 2 chips. If you ever see me play 1-3 or 1-2, that's what I do. Flop is ace 10-3. Everyone gets something. They check through on the flop. Turn is a 10. So, Levi does catch trips. Kirk betting $10. Levi having to call with a 500 chip.
He got it.
Need to break it down.
Make it easy.
Heads up to the river, which comes 7 of diamonds. Doesn't change anything, even though Kirk gets 3 pair. And now Levi ships it. It's like 480 and gets a call.
Yes! We're still in the
Somehow
game.
gets a call.
Weird call.
Pretty funny spot,
Sorry, Kurt.
especially if you know Kirk and Levi.
We're
Pretty good friends there.
Yeah, let's go.
Kirk after that one just barely up 100, just gave whatever profits he had back to Levi to keep him in the game. Levi's still at the bottom down there. The Lion and Daniel at the top, Tish and Silver breaking the 2K mark. GA kind of been quiet for the past few hands, but JB catching up there, $700 late addition to the game. Tip, Levi throwing the party, and then obviously Wes and Romaine not with us anymore. Pretty good action stream. Almost 10K in losses so far in this 1-3 stream and 10Ks in profit. So just Texas things.
Yeah, definitely one of those lineups that you both want a seat and don't want a seat at the same time.
Oh, I missed that straddle.
Not the easiest of lineups, but when there's action, it's hard to decline the seat.
Kirk's been a great late addition to the stream as well. He's just been mixing it up with a lot of suited hands, ace-x hands, suited connectors. Not in this one so much. Suited connector, but it is suited.
Yeah, I think this is a suited gapper for
Yeah,
sure.
suited gapper.
Nine deuce.
No pink, just numbers. Double down. This one's funny. GA was on the $12 straddle, and he checks his option. We're going multi-way, 7 players to a flop.
Just 4 cards in the muck.
You mean every hand's a good multi-way hand?
Yeah.
Tish Money's saying he doesn't want to go multi-way with his hand.
I
I think it's easy to get away from. 6-5 offsuit.
I'll check.
Good hand to flop nuts. Good hand to get away from.
7 deuce gets there.
Yeah, 7-5 deuce.
Everybody just Snapchat.
JB top pair does bet.
It's a turn. Yeah, it's a turn.
You guys are making
As some of these players fold, you'll see the equity start to shift.
So they had checked through dark blind, and then it was a dark $50 bet from JB, I believe, with the top pair. Levi, though, turns
top and bottom
with a king deuce. Everyone will slowly get out of the hand at this point.
I'll do it again.
Oh, you can do it again.
Like the commentary by Silver there.
What am I supposed to do with that information?
What are you showing? What are you showing?
Show the deuce.
That's fun.
That is very fun.
Mind game.
Folds it. Wow.
Yeah, easy fold there. There's no reason for Levi to get out of line multi-way into like 6 people, so
Just stuff like 3.
usually some weird form of value, just like the king 10 hand he had against Kirk,
actually
so
true.
pretty easy fold.
Yes.
Good turn card. King deuce.
You like those turns, huh?
I should have waited to see it.
I didn't want anything else to get there.
I'll put it there.
Two black and ducks calling the straddle.
Nope.
And 2 queen 9s in the muck.
Now the family's ditching each other.
Folds around to JB's button. He bumps it 35. King jack offsuit.
Levi looks down at suited cards, which is good enough for him.
Sometimes I don't think he looks down at the cards. I think he just looks down at his chips and puts them into the middle.
That could be it. 3 players to a pot, 112, and to a flop. Which comes king 10-6, best of it for JB. Backdoor diamonds for Levi. I think this is going to be a check, bet, fold. Doesn't have to go big. Yep, 40, fold.
Oh, yeah.
And then Levi offers a nig game once again. I think it was like 2-3 hands without the nig game.
Do we have one more down left? What time is it? Who has a watch?
9:53.
Oh, okay, let's do it.
Is that 10:30? Or is it 11?
11.
Is it 11?
11 is when we're done. Can you pass them out?
I think it only lasted.
As we get closer, they draw a random number, so it's not always 11, but 10:45, 11.
Stream it at midnight?
You can't call service here, right? There's no button there.
She could. It doesn't mean they'll hear her.
You can get Gio to do it.
Yeah. 1 hour delay. They'll be here.
Usually is how it goes.
4 fold, 5 fold, 6 fold,
It's the third time you've done that.
7 and 8 fold, 9
All
fold,
different suits.
1 call 60, 2 folds, hands up. Possession on 1. 1 checks, 3 check around.
Double paired board and 2 overs for both players. Might as well give ace high the check mark, but see if GA wants to stick around or put a move on. It's just sticking around. See if he can make a better 2 pair on the river. He does not.
This would be a pretty sick spot for GA to use his image and just go super aggressive with it. You have king high. If you're going to call that turn, you just barrel. Yeah, it's never a call here on the river. You should just be super aggressive. You just lose to random ace highs like this. So.
Nice.
You didn't like the call, huh?
I didn't. I didn't like it, bro. Max,
value bluff.
Value bluff there, huh?
Another drink drink?
Yeah, I really thought you were chopping, bro. I thought you had nice. King Jack. Yeah, but
whiskey
Clicked
sour.
on the ace. I was like, man, I can't beat him. I know he's gonna call it.
You have this king.
Okay.
yeah, that's what kept him.
The only thing that
Kept him in there.
Yeah, because I mean, when
Anything
he's
else?
dead on the turn, I'm hoping for a king on the turn.
Back a lot of aces.
Five call 20. Six call 20.
7 calls
Seven
20.
calls 20. Eight votes.
Helping her out.
Nine calls.
I'll say it for you, don't worry. You'll hear me.
One call 20.
no squeeze.
The only one left out? Oh, me.
No squeeze.
Cards back, please.
Another 7 players to this flop. Good thing the Nick game's on because 2 people folded, and how about a flopped flush for Pokerline?
I think GA with the only semblance of anything open-ended, and I guess Levi with top pair. Tip calling, oh sorry, Tip with 2 pair, bottom 2. So it does have something. Levi correctly folding, 2 wet of a board. And then GA calling here. It's kind of nice when you're lying, even though he doesn't know it. People drawing very thin against him. Not the best turn card, of course, but you're only afraid of 4 other cards. Sorry, 3 other cards. And I don't mind a check here, yeah. Just take your showdown value. Because you're going to quickly find out on the river if someone has a better spade than you. King of clubs, not changing anything else. One of those spots where if someone barrels, you just have to call off. And here, it's such a bad sizing, $50 into 365. Harry doesn't like it, but he's going to have to call. And the other person not having a spade is going to get out of the way.
I have too many spades.
2 mini spades announced by Pokerline.
And that's the thing. You have to recognize yourself, like we were talking about early on in the stream, recognizing the Nick game and everything. If you're going to do something in that spot, just go big. It's such a wet board. You have to put your opponent on better habit. And if you polarize there and go like $400 or $500, a lot of the time they just can't call. And when you do have it in that spot in the future, they're going to call you off. Just once you show that bluff the first time, that's all you need to do. But yeah, $50 is too small. It's one of those spots where any spade is going to call you, and it's going to be like, if you have it, you have it. So just call. And like Lion said, it's just too small for him to fold, and it's like, if you have it, you have it. He never thinks he's good, but
No straddle? Alright, I'll fake straddle to 6.
What?
no poker strategy on the table, Lion. But he explains it pretty clearly.
Flush that could call me if I do raise anyway.
6, 7, vote.
Guys, even if you have a set or straight, I'll call him.
There it is.
That's the trap.
There's the real hand.
9 call 20. 1 vote. 2 vote.
Alright.
4 calls 20.
Staying out of trouble.
105.
Uh-oh.
Ooh.
5, 3
That was
raise.
close.
105.
The reflex.
Kirk 4 betting to 105 after a small $20 3 bet.
Heads up.
By the way.
And Tip deciding to make the call. They're not that deep, so this is pretty surprising. Perfect flop for Kirk. Queen deuce 9. It's the best flop you can ask for if you're not flopping a pair. It's easy C bet, and you don't have to go big either. which is what he does. He goes 80. It's a great sizing.
You didn't want.
King 7. That's a good flop for King 7.
I would have got there.
It's no Jack 5.
Yeah. King 7 of spades. Wow. Very, very
That could have gotten
flop.
interesting.
I was willing to get it in.
I had 9 deuce there. Spade draw, 2 pairs.
What's up, everyone? It's Brian down here at Champions Club Texas. It's April, and I'm here to talk to you about tournaments. Not only do I have our regular scheduled events, the Poker Go Tour is coming to town for the Texas Poker Open, April the 24th through May the 5th. One of the biggest series Texas has ever seen, with one of the biggest guarantees Texas has ever seen. $2 million guaranteed main event with a $3,300 buy-in. Now, if you don't want to buy directly into the main event, we are offering 6 satellites a week up until then to help you get into that event, starting with our Step 1 satellites with a $75 buy-in. Those satellites are guaranteeing 5 seats into a Step 2 satellite. Now, the Step 2 satellites you can buy directly into for $550, or you can win a seat, and we are guaranteeing 3 people in each of those events will be making it into the Poker Go Tour's main event. Now, all of our satellites are milestone satellites, so there's multiple ways you can win a seat. You can run your chips up to the milestone and be awarded a seat, or you can play down to the last few players and win your seat that way. Come check us out every Wednesday and Saturday for Step 2s, 4 Step 1s per week, all culminating on Satellite Sunday, April the 21st, where we are going to guarantee 20 people into a Step 2, and then we're going to guarantee another 10 people into the main event. Check us out on Poker Atlas or all of your favorite social media platforms. We're right here, 6440 West Sam Houston Parkway South, Houston, Texas.
Yeah.
It was at the 1-3? Yeah,
It was like a 1025 or something.
Okay. That's the one.
But one guy was paying for like most of all of them.
Oh, yeah. Pays for everyone's straddle.
Nice little spiel by Brandon Freitas, our tournament director here at Champions, talking about the Texas Poker Open. Nice little collab Champions has going on with the Poker Go Tour.
I'd rather play deep first.
Gonna have some really big cash streams. Another Poker Go Cash Festival. Couple days of larger stake cash. Tons of pros and big names that everybody knows. Coming to Houston, gonna play here on stream, leading in to the Texas Poker Open. So if you haven't already, be sure give us a subscribe, follow us on social media, stay up to date.
That's the best part. That's the best part about Texas.
Social media will be the first
A lot of
to
other states, you're like max buys.
know
like
about
300,
those
500.
lineups once they get confirmed and released.
Like 2,000 get stacked. It's like
500
Yeah,
reset.
no,
That's
not
fine.
even 300. It's like,
Back to square one.
When I lived in LA, I played the Gardens, and it was like the minimum buy-ins, $20 tables, $100 tables. We would like try to work our way up. See how far we can get.
I lived in Washington where like the max bet's like $300. So it was like super
it's
silly.
like a mix. It's like, yeah, spread limit.
Spread limit.
It's like,
Find that one out the hard way.
yeah, like tribal land you could do 500, but then like all the tribal lands like right before COVID and during COVID they stopped running rooms.
Where's that at?
Washington State. And so then you're playing like 2-5, 3-5, and max bet's like $300. It gets kind of silly.
There's some room in Oregon. You just pay a flat fee, like $30. Very cool.
Well,
He
yeah,
has a
'cause
nip
they have
on.
like they have other weird rules. They have to do like a door fee.
Oh, then no. Should I actually? I haven't looked yet. Hell yeah.
Wow.
Damn, you just giving up your nip on like that, bro? Wow.
Serious?
Wow.
Bro, I could beat that.
Easy game.
Must have been
I
that bad.
think Texas is pretty good. Like time's so much better than Rake. It's insane. Especially in like these bigger games. Like, I mean, even the 1-3 meet, like, gets.
Oh, you both had him.
Like,
collusion.
paying like $10.15 an hour, it's like, for even a half hour, it's just so much cheaper. Once you realize that you're paying like $6-7 per hand on the like raked games, it's like insane how bad it is.
How much are you trying to do?
Just 4. There's 4. So I'll have my wallet.
And a lot of rooms, at least when, maybe not as much now,
I have
established, but you could buy like $1,000 worth of time and get like 1.5 times, and then you're paying like $7-8 for an hour.
Appreciate it.
This is real money?
That deal is so much worse because you have a nip bind too.
I wasn't thinking.
This is so bad.
JB with ace king suited.
So bad.
3 bets to
Such
200.
a bad deal for you.
Yeah, terrible deal.
Really good sizing just because everyone's just so
Especially if
call
you end up
happy.
paying 160.
You got swindled.
I deserve it now.
You've already been near the end of the last couple Nick games.
I deserve to pay the 160 now.
You do it right now.
Yeah, you could.
I know I could.
Surrender.
Surrender for how much?
160.
160.
Oh, not even a discount?
No.
We could give him a discount. We could beat
150.
Yeah, it takes out $100 worth of dead money.
Yeah, I don't know why you did that, man. Bad play.
You
He had
shot.
ace queen once.
Huh? You shot.
Should have, right? He's ace king. He always is ace king.
I'm imbalanced, man.
Is that how you do it? Is that how you play ace king? You shove every time?
I'll grab one more. Thank you.
Always has it.
I get my check too, or my no rush.
That's so stupid of me. What the fuck was I doing?
Me too. I would.
It makes you feel better. I was gonna raise it. I know you were, but like.
Were you gonna fold it? Well, probably, yeah.
I forget what cards I had.
Yeah, it was bad. He was folding.
I saw a 9. I had a 9. I only looked at one.
Can we even play with chips?
Yeah.
We can.
That's already.
What if you had 9s there? I think we need to ask production what it was.
Yeah, I want to know what it was too.
Yeah.
Like, I'm so.
What?
Oh, it's because you said you looked at one. Yeah, I looked at one. Did you just auto fold after looking at one card?
Yeah. I mean, I shouldn't have it tapped.
Okay, I see why now. I see why.
Were you putting on his?
Oh, no.
I thought
I love that. Thank you.
No, I mean, I can just throw it in
It's
there.
okay. I showed production's gonna say I had 9. Yeah, no, yeah.
I showed a hand.
I'm gonna get another one.
Actual hand.
I'm gonna have pocket 9s.
5's a good hand blind for slime.
Yeah.
Do some damage.
5 calls, 75. 6 raised, 3 50. 7, 8, and 9 fold.
And I can close mine out too whenever you're done with him.
Small blind makes it $350 with ace queen offsuit. Pretty good sizing, 75, 45. Yeah, it's just really interesting dynamic when he does have that knit button. I think the 4-bet from ace king offsuit is necessary because now you're just in a bloated inflated pot with 2 short stacks. Luckily, not for him though. He's gonna get max value in the spot. Ace 5 4 rainbow. Daniel deciding to go really small. This is, oh sorry, that might have been a purple chip. So 550 into a $1,400 pot. Pretty sizable bet. Now these two players are sitting super deep. Daniel obviously with a knit button. I don't think Silver thinks that Daniel's getting out of line in this spot, but it's gonna be a pretty bloated pot. Ace on the turn. I'm glad we got our visuals back for this one because it looks like this is going to be the hand of the night for sure. No decision is wrong at this point. The pot's 2,500. He could probably go for a sizing of 1,000, and he jams snap call. Oh, and it's so rough.
I ripped it with the other guy, so I'll just rip it back though.
That's so sick because if he 4-bets in this spot with ace king, Daniel might have a chance of getting away from it, but because he flats the 3-bet, it's just so brutal. And in this spot, Silver covers. 6 spot they're going once, and river 10 of clubs. Unfortunate for Daniel.
Yeah, I think so, bro. I got one.
Super sick hand. Definitely the hand of the night. $8,000 pot going Silver's way.
Yeah, and Daniel really has played great here tonight. No shock to me. I've seen him play a couple times before, but just cooler city there. Nothing you can do about that one there.
And if he's done with this tonight, he's gonna also owe the knit tax for 160, which is never a good feeling. We've had players before on stream that lose and have to pay the knit tax. So he looks like he's picking up. Yeah, and Levi's telling him right now that he owes a knit tax.
Good for it, and a great guy as well. Definitely will take care of that, especially since he's got those chips in hand already. But just deciding, let's call it a night. One long session. He's got plenty of more wins ahead of him.
Yeah, that's just a super sick setup hand because I think if Silver plays it and 4-bets there, then the 8s and 9s don't come in the hand,
I
and
wonder what the record is for how many
Daniel might just flat there, and then maybe he can't get away on the turn, but I think he thinks about it a bit longer on the turn. It's a tough spot. I think there's people that can get away from it and people that can't. I might be one of the people that can't, but it definitely plays differently if he doesn't if Silver doesn't underrep his hand there, ace king offsuit. So we'll play by just flatting there with ace king offsuit and seeing a flop. It was just a super bloated pot.
Yes, how much is it?
I literally had 9 deuce, 9 deuce, 9 deuce, 9 deuce, then 9 9. I was like, oh, it's the one.
The deuce was coming on the flop too.
I've been carded all fucking night. And then try to make shit happen.
Also unfortunate because he was just on the small blind with ace queen offsuit. It's a pretty standard 3-bet. He could probably flat there just given that it was so big already. It was $70 pre-flop and a 1-3. And the 8s and 9s in that hand were just so short. It's okay to flat there and see a flop, but the money gets in no matter what by the turn or river. So unfortunate. In this hand, Kirk now with the ace king offsuit, 3-bets to 100, and Tish money also with ace king after JB 4-bets the ace queen himself to 425. Kind of same situation dynamic. You have someone in position 3-betting. or making it 75 to 100. Ace queen offsuit in the small blind. Re-raising. JB will now be able to get away from this hand. Tish jamming 5K effective. I don't think Kirk can get away given that Kirk's so short. Kirk only has $733, I believe. So he's probably going to have to call off in this spot. But he could possibly get away because when Tish jams 5K covering JB, Tish is effectively covering for $2,700, give or take $2,800. Yeah, it's going to be a fold from JB for the most part.
For the stream!
I don't think JB can call in this spot.
You can.
Okay, there's always nice.
Just because when Tish jams covering JB, I know Kirk is so short that he kind of has to call off with ace-king in this spot, but he could possibly put Tish on a better hand. Worst case though, Kirk's just flipping, but looks like it's going to be a chop pot unless it goes four-liner.
How much is it?
Obviously, going to be a queen high flop now that JB is folded.
1,400 in the middle, in the pot. So it's like 1,600 in the pot. Whatever you want.
Ace, I run it twice.
Oh, God.
Black. Uh-oh.
Now we're wasting time.
Can I get
damn
those
it.
cards?
No, you don't
Why don't we run it
No?
4 times?
No, I had ace queen.
Queen. Watch.
2 black cards.
I like it. Small pair.
Hey, at least we
I
chop
like a
his
small
money,
pair
right?
here.
Or I stack you for just
Great
a
needle.
minute.
My money. I was in it for 20.
Or I stack, or I double up.
No. If one of us is getting.
No, because I made the right call.
Heart's best suit though.
Ooh, dang.
That would have been sick, bro.
Kirk almost thinking he flopped the free roll.
Oh no, we're going to the.
Right color, wrong suit.
All this time away.
Okay, well, no more clubs.
Bring all the clubs.
Diamond.
No diamonds. All right.
There you go.
That's okay.
All right.
It's really your guys' fault for not having a spade here.
I know. Ace, queen of spades, right?
Well, one spade.
One spade.
It was the one that mattered.
Yeah, the one that mattered. The pot that mattered of the night.
Yeah, it all mattered, yeah.
I don't think JB actually had a spade. I just looked it back.
Mentally,
No spades.
he does.
Uh-oh.
I didn't know how to play post.
Queen.
So I just jammed.
Alright, just buck the rest of it there.
Money's getting tough.
Nah, bro, I was never fucking flattened.
This is all mine, right?
I think so, yeah.
Nice hit.
Everyone loves a chop pot.
In case I want to use it.
But I had the
Yeah, I would for sure lose in that hand. It would come four-liner to the other person.
Oh, that is true. More clubs.
Always
James.
nice to bring baggage into commentary.
Yeah.
For the tiebreaker.
I mean, experience. Sorry.
Extra dollar. You're at one time, sir. Oh, no, you all.
And I guess there was no knit game because
I like to do 6 times.
it was paid off.
I like 1 or 3. Like at a home game, I go 1 to 3 times. I hate going to. Yeah. At least someone wins something. This is harder on the dude.
Nice. Pardon the dealer, and if you pay time, it's
That's what I'm saying. At a home game, like, you don't have fun.
home game.
But think about it. That was only twice, and that was hard for all of us.
Yeah, dude.
Can you imagine
and
3 times?
Yeah, his money.
Yeah, no, yeah, you did 200.
He still
Let's
made like
go.
300.
He made it more than that. He made it $425.
Oh yeah, he did. We make money.
Nice little dub.
He should have stacked both of y'all.
Teamwork. He should have.
Net.
Sorry, I'm stuck. I'm stuck
Maybe I
with both.
miscounted just
I don't know. It's like 20 something.
Just for now. It's 9 times.
Yeah, that's what I
No,
thought.
there's like 30
20
minutes.
something, 20 and change.
30, really?
14, 24.
40 minutes.
22.
So 26 that.
Actually, yeah, I don't hate a jam then.
Not bad play, man.
Just getting it all in with the fucking drawing hand.
Fuck yeah. I always hit with ace king, bro. Always hit.
Except for that time.
No, I hit.
We still hit. Yeah.
We won.
Yeah, you guys made like 300 something.
You're gonna keep talking about
There's a
that.
splash
You're talking about my money.
So silver 3-betting to 75 with red sixes.
Oh shit! Tight players. Tight.
Wow.
It looks like Tip added on for this hand. It looks like he has a yellow bird and 2 purples. I could be wrong. So 227. He looks like he has 2,800 in front of him now at $600. So definitely don't mind the 3-bet call here with ace-10 suited. Now Tish looks down at pocket queens. Gonna be an easy 4-bet. We'll see what sizing. 450. Pretty good.
Beep boop, beep boop. 450.
Yeah, beep boop, beep boop. The computer calculation. You have a 75 bet and 2 callers. Silver sitting so deep, he just wants to call here and then set mine. Not sure if it's the correct price for 450, but when you have so much money, it just looks so enticing. Looks like it's going to be easy folds around. JB can't commit 1/4 of his stack here.
I know I am. And I know you're also folding.
A lot of dead money to take down there with pocket queen, so it's always nice. Don't have to see a flop. Don't have to hit an ace or a queen on the flop and then be put to decisions. We got some big straddles as the night comes to a near end. So 1, 3, 6, 15, 30. Just a 10x big blind straddle.
Yeah, I don't think that's the incentive you're thinking either.
Quite the opposite.
Yeah, lost 3 players as the night has unfolded here.
I'm almost gonna make it 120 anyways.
Man of his word. I love it.
JB in the cutoff with ace-10 offsuit, popping it up.
Sleeper straddle.
Mandatory raise.
Did you look? No.
Gets into the straddles now.
7 deuce, not a good feeling when you're on that last straddle for $30.
Just 55 the profit in blinds and straddles for JB. No need to miss the flop there.
No. He always just like matches his stack.
Yeah, they chopped up my money. Yeah, they chopped up my money.
Oh yeah?
And then
Chopped up your money?
Walk outside and that's playing.
Chopped up your money? Yeah, dude, we chopped up his money.
Can you raise your hand if your money got chopped up?
I was
that's
in
the
there for
guy,
20.
that's-
I was in there for 20.
Like, yeah, what's that? 4? 7?
I feel like we all lost. I put in 6.
He probably limped with like queens or some shit, just ready to back raise, and then this happened.
Maybe not for
Wait, what happened on that hand? Who won that hand?
I raised,
take it out?
everyone folded, yeah.
Oh,
You made it to 120 and they folded the 1.
We practically made it back.
Was it just 3?
For now.
Woo! Make it 6.
Okay.
Yeah,
Gotta get the VPIP up.
We're talking that for sure.
Yes.
How are my acting skills?
Yes. The anchor man.
50 again.
No, dude,
All right,
you're shipping this one. Manifest it.
All right, I like that.
Thank you.
Oh, hi, Levi.
To Levi?
What's going on?
He said I'm shipping
You said I'm winning.
it.
No, he's talking to me.
I think somebody from this side of the table is winning this year.
Check.
Backdoor spades for silver. Has a pair to go with it, but Levi.
JB mixing it up for the stream. I
Yeah.
don't think this is going to work. Levi with an actual hand for once. Not to say that he hasn't had actual hands throughout the night, but
It's just
probably,
surprising when he does.
yeah, probably the best thing he's seen so far, and does elect to just call. I like it. You're in position. Let the bluffer hang themselves. If you're raising, you're just folding out worse and getting called by better. So
I knew I had some big.
good call on the button.
Chop his money.
I think the only way JB, though, continues barreling if there's a 4 or a 3 on the turn. I think JB might shut it down here.
There's been a lot of chopping.
I could be wrong, though. If he's going to polarize, he's going to go big. 270, and then Levi just rips
Try to
it.
get frisky. Try to get frisky.
I appreciate the effort, JB. And so does Levi.
Yeah.
Should have waited, huh?
Might have blasted off on the river too.
Any 3, any 4, any 6, any 9.
Any 7, any dude.
7?
Yeah.
He's like, yes, I hit the bluff.
You had a lot of turn potential for sure.
I hate that when you're like you're bluffing and then you actually hit
I bet
the
that
hand,
was
and you're no
Dan's
good.
exact commentary. We had some backdoors working here.
24 mandatory.
And they're gone.
I noticed that Dan is like really good at like noticing the backdoor draws.
Yeah, I was definitely thinking about that.
No, you were thinking, oh, I have 7 deuce, must bet.
Please fold.
Yeah, I have 7 deuce, must bet. Please fold.
That's pretty good.
Feels good to hit a flop. It's been a minute.
Usually if I ever make like a stupid call or some stupid continue, it's because I had backdoors in my mind.
Why'd you bring that up just now? No, I'm just kidding.
I keep that VPIP down.
Don't want to be too crazy now.
Sixes now for Tip, raising to 75, and a quick call, easy call out of the straddle by King Jack, which flops open-ended. JB in position as well.
Yeah, it was before you were here. A couple hours ago.
Nice, just call there by him.
I think if Tip slows down on this turn, JB's going to take it as a sign of weakness and start putting pressure on. But I don't think Tip's
I'm pretty sure I played less
giving up yet. Decides to go for
You just started playing actually about an hour ago.
bet of 250 into 300.
Did you lose any nick games?
I lost 2.
You lost 2.
I lost 2.
JB, however, still open-ended, likes to call. It'll be interesting to see if Tip block bets river or just gives up. And I think if he does give up and JB has king high, he's going to go for it. But he doesn't have to worry about that at all. JB gets there.
Yeah, king high straight now.
Absolute nuts. Tip does check it. See what sizing JB decides to go for.
He was like final 2 and like 4.
He was, yeah.
800, a bit too big for pocket sixes, but if pocket sixes does elect to make some weird hero call here, it'd be max value for JB.
The worst part about like live poker songs is you chill here for like an hour.
Yeah.
Unfortunate though, because even the bluffs that JB would have here beat Tip at this point. Jack 9 is one that I can think of.
I know. God, and we chopped some money.
I'm trying to get back even.
So yeah, easy fold.
That's fun.
It's not the worst polarized bet. You're just hoping that your opponent has ace queen or king queen in that spot. But with Tip's specific hand, it would have been better to go smaller.
And obviously true to live poker as most of us play it, without the whole cards. You're thinking about what you can target, but you have no idea what you're actually targeting.
You're gonna go to Yelp, leave a review.
So some of the time you actually are going to get paid off by another strong hand.
Y'all like chopping money? Go to Champions.
But
Yeah.
like you said, we have complete info, and sixes just can't overcall there.
Right. I think the line that Tip took definitely threw JB off to polarize there, because Tip goes 250 into 300 on the turn. JB's assuming that Tip has some strong Queen X hand, which is why he decides to go for an $800 river bet. Whereas if Tip checks and JB checks and JB gets it on the river, I think JB goes a lot smaller.
I can already hear that in the commentary. Stuck heaps.
Stuck heaps.
Throwing the party and heaps of money. That's what they say.
I like that everybody's really nailed down what Dan,
I won't be able
my usual co-commentator, will say.
Depends how much trouble.
You got the next
Stuck heaps and throwing the party, and 7-4 gets there.
An idea that's been bounced around.
JB with the 7-4. Speaking of the devil, surprised he just flats, but he does flop a pair in this spot. Kirk, nut flush draw. Levi, top pair. Tee-up, open-ended. Everyone with a bit of something. Sadly enough, 7-4 with the lowest amount of equity.
But if you're throwing the party, you get to make the
Levi continues C-bets. You get a call from Tip. And now Kirk with his nut flush draw decides to raise it to 250. JB obviously is going to have to fold the spot. Levi put to somewhat of a decision here with top pair.
You can't be the lowest in every.
Does have the Jack of Hearts. Tip also with open-ended with the Nine of Hearts. So not a spot you love with Jack 10, but Levi's capable of putting on pressure and just getting some money in. Not scared, which is exactly what he's doing and calling the 250. Tip, I think, has a pretty easy call in this spot.
Whoever folds the most.
Yeah. It's an easy call because you have to call 200 to win 750 with implied odds when your straight gets there on the turn. Obviously, hearts are no good, but he can't assume that or know that. You can always fold on the turn. Does check it. Kirk now. 680 into 950. Basically had a jam in that spot, but does elect to check it. River is the king of spades. Not changing anything for anyone. Levi correctly checks back, takes showdown value. Tee-up checks.
Jack.
And Jack 10 will remain good. I think after check raising flop with the nut flush draw there,
Bringing it back.
Thinking about it.
I think it's okay to just jam the turn.
We're a third of the way there.
It's unfortunate because his stack size is so small, but I think it's the perfect size to jam 680 into 950. Where once you kind of take that aggressive route to check raise the flop, you do have a lot of sets, two pairs, and obviously nut flush draws that just want to jam. So with the way Kirk's been playing all night, I'm surprised he decided to just check give up turn and river.
Depends on how much.
Watch the stream, it's okay.
But she knows what time it is. Here and there. She probably started the first hour and was like, "Damn, he's stuck. I'm out."
Wow, dude, she
don't even know what's going on now.
She's jumping ship real early for that one.
Thank you for checking.
Thank you. How much are we?
It's a newer thing, so.
Damn, I didn't think I was gonna be good there. What'd you raise with? No flush draw.
Pre-flop, not flush draw.
Easy, guys. Easy. Come on. End of the stream. Let's have a easy.
Good thing I checked. I was both streams.
About 10 hands left on the stream. Appreciate everybody tuning in and sticking around here tonight.
Appreciate it. Not gonna get even fucking folding.
Nope.
There was a complaint we had. We complained like super late, and we're like, we don't want like charcuterie and like, give us something like.
Plenty of action next week as well. If you're new here, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Follow our social medias as well. All those links are in the YouTube description box. And if you think this game is soft or just think the stream looks fun and you want to play on stream here, there is a link, a form for you to fill out in that YouTube description box as well. JB, top. Backdoor diamonds, not going to come for Levi. $200 into 253. Needed better turn cards to continue. But Levi correctly getting off of it at that point.
Yeah, it's just such a good sizing. It's a 3-bet pot, $75 pre, and then he down bets so small at $35 where almost every hand has to continue, and then he can size up on the turn and really charge those Jack X hands or drawing hands.
Can't bluff a bluffer,
Beep
right?
boop beep bop. Great decision and bet sizings.
You had it, yeah. He's not good. I was thinking if he bets that same amount.
What time do you usually try to?
Why do you save me money, probably. That's my issue, though, trying to force the fuck.
5 or 6.
Force that.
Your body already used to it. Yeah, right.
I think we've had 2 limp pots tonight.
We're limbs all
Yeah.
Hey, whoa, who's that guy?
I know, weird.
So welcome to the table, sir.
When you go play out there, it's like every other hand's limp pot.
Not sure I like the flat here from Tip on the button with ace jack suited. I think it's a pretty easy 3-bet given position and your hand strength. Line opening to $60 on a 1-3-6-15. Pretty standard with ace 4 suited.
Position right here.
Tip just flatting. His hand is so under repped at this point. And Levi going to call here
You know Johnny?
with the queen 10 suited. G also priced in last act.
Check guard, flop
Pretty
shot.
easy call even though it's
Here's my chance
9-8
to get
offsuit.
He knows our barber.
I'm getting even right
Your cards are live.
Even. We're getting even.
Flop Jack Jack 7. I guess Tip just worked it out.
Over by,
Unfortunate though that no one has anything else aside from GA's gutter ball to the 10. But because his hands, oh, sorry, and the lion's nut flush draw, so there will be action in this hand. Lion continuing for $80. Tip continuing to lay the trap. Given that he underrepped his hand pre-flop, it's just a flat here. It unfortunately is so strong when he calls here, the $80.
My brother Abel. I don't know if you know him. That's his barber.
GA also making the call, given that he has a gutter ball.
I got an appointment with him Wednesday, but he goes to my shop at work. He gives me a home cut.
Turn, 7 of clubs. Now Tip locked up this pot. Not afraid of really anything except chopping it up with another jack.
Yeah, and truly not going to get any value at this point.
Deer Park area.
I think after you underrep your hand, it's an easy check, which he does do. Hoping that your opponents get there on the river, which the lion does do. I think, though, it's just a check call from the lion at this point, maybe even a check fold. Tip has so many jacks within his range when he's calling that flop. But the lion probably deciding on a block fold. 125, pretty good move. You're going to very quickly find out that you're no good.
You can have the rest of them, man.
And that was likely the price that Pokerline was willing to check call.
He came over there and took my
Right,
shit and
but
shit at the same time.
definitely more of a check fold here.
Talking shit about me. That's crazy.
Check, open, fold. No, does muck it
Fucked up, isn't
face
it?
down
Yeah.
instead.
700 is a bit greedy, but I understand what he's going for. He's trying to just maximize a lot of the time. You're just going to get chopped up with, but sometimes when you do have a hand like lions that might call, you want to get as much value, but I think that's why it's better just min-click it or something. Unfortunately, in every situation, you're never getting called off on that river, unless they just think you're a mega whale, but
I don't know what you're saying.
well played by underrepping your hand pre-flop. I think he got a lot of value regardless.
This is the third one. This is the third one. Oh, no, I did not have that. You're right. This is the only two.
I had 2 of yours.
Just the whiskey.
I think a raise on the flop might have made him a bit more money, but it depends on what his sizing was. In this spot, though, the lion gets rewarded with how he played the last hand, and he wakes up with pocket queens, ladies. Opens up to $40 in the +2.
Start to miss it after a while.
Gets a 3-bet with ace-5, a GTO hand, to 125. from Tip in the cutoff. JB with the 9-7 of clubs, thinking something devious. Does elect to fold. Tish also
It's
folding.
kinda like
Levi
last month's promos,
folding.
like $300. Like this.
Back to GI in the second straddle. Elects to fold.
Yeah, it's just like this.
Back to the
Pull it out
Lion,
of the thing.
who actually chose a relatively small sizing for an open. Decides to just flat.
2 nights free.
I think he understands that they're sitting pretty deep. He doesn't want to 4-bet and be wrong and see a 5-bet. So under-repping his hand a bit, just flatting. And he somehow gets rewarded with the best flop aside from, I guess, Jack 9, which is the nuts, but no Jack 9 is 3-betting, especially not Tip. So Queen 10-8, top set for Harry, just checks it. Unfortunately, Tip, no equity, just checking back. Harry trying to build a pot at this point. $150 into $270, and Tip, sadly, nothing.
Show it. There you go. You know you want to.
Queen. Yeah.
Ah.
I know.
Unfortunately, that's the most the Lion would have made regardless if he 4-bet or not.
We should like get a tally going on how many times it's been mentioned.
All night.
They're mixed up, yeah. So he's got it. You had yours off?
Yeah, I shut mine
He's
off.
got his mic and he's got.
Didn't y'all switch mics though?
No, they never.
Oh, y'all
switched.
never
They
switched
never
it.
switched up.
Right.
I just.
So he had it off because he walked over there, I guess.
Just keep them at you.
Turn it off.
Walk off and shut off the mic all the time.
You're just under the table.
Triple straddle is on for this hand. 1, 3, 6, 12, 25.
You're just ready for it, dude.
No one looking down at much of anything but Levi.
Do what must be done.
Any 2 cards is good for him. Jack 7 look like jacks, but are not jacks.
He just has to get through the straddles, so
Really?
not bad spot if it folds around to you in the big blind.
Yeah, the problem is it's such a tournament sizing. He makes it 60 when there's a $25 straddle, just 2.5x. So Silver's going to defend it with any 2 cards. Ace, King, 10. Jack high is still good, and he's going to go for 100. He's going to take it down.
I just wanted a little value. I hit
Shows the best hand, not a bluffster.
value.
Nice hand, Levi.
One of the best.
Yeah.
Yeah, straight draw. Yeah, fuck you mean?
No diamond.
I had that ace high flush draw, or ace nut flush on the river. Didn't think I was good.
It's crazy that the game is capped. The game is capped at 300, but I see like picks of so many stacks well over like 1K.
Dude, I've seen a 3K stack in that game before. At the lodge, like 1, 2.
The lodge 1, 2.
Remember when I used to play in LA? It's like everyone's playing out of the racks.
Yeah.
Have you seen that? Like at the commerce, there's like the stacks of racks. The limit games.
To be fair to the Lodge, we also have some great games at Champions. I've Euro stacked before in the 1-2 where I had.
No, they play.
We have a
racks.
200 cap here at the 1-2 at Champions, and I've had a $2,500 stack, and I was only in for $200. Not a humble brag, just saying how great the action here is at Champions. I don't think I played well or anything crazy. I think I just got lucky, and there were people splashing around.
Yeah, match the big
But
stack.
yeah, to make $2,000 in a 1-2 is insane, and that action can be found here at Champions. So if you ever get the chance to make the drive out here, you're not local, come visit Champions, play 8 hours in a day, get a free room, play 40 hours in a week,
I
get a
guess it's my
room.
time to go. All in.
Wow, dude.
You're like, fuck, he's got ace king.
Yeah.
Are you trying to get Uber money on the way back home? You are in LA after all.
Well, it's like it's always the old people. It's like,
Yeah,
what are you
always the
doing?
old people.
Like I guess it's my time to go. All in.
And actually makes it.
Nursing home bus about to leave.
I try to be friendly, but like that also
It's
tilts
so
me
funny.
so much when somebody's sitting like this deep. This. Like it's
Like, I guess it's time.
There's always some guy.
$25.
And then they're like, you guys want to run it twice?
And everybody else at the table is like sitting in like.
That's my favorite. At 1, 2, 1, 3, the guys got like $20. I'm like, run 20?
5 hands left.
Dude, I literally want you to leave. Or double up. Like, I don't care. Both are better.
It was like
It's like some guy that plays like one hand every like 2 hours.
and
No.
all these like literally an elderly group came in. Like it was from the home. Like you could just
Seeing some strong diamonds already. Suited ace, suited king,
I went over there for some
plus a king 7 offsuit and 2 cards for Levi. Sorry, we did lose that king 7, and good thing they got out of the way. Top pair, second nut flush draw up against the nut flush draw of Kirk.
It's hard to put them on a range when they're limped and everything.
Bottom pair, Levi.
flop 2 pair.
Yeah.
I'm like,
That's
Call it 140 in the middle,
I like the
and
sizing.
150 is the bet.
I like the sizing from Chip. You downsize flop, and then you just have so much equity with top pair. You want to size up,
put the story on hold here.
get calls from worse kings,
If this was
and
limit, you could
like
keep
just
talking.
all the draws, 10-9, queen 10.
Yep.
River's not the best card, but he does decide to jam. Not sure if I like that jam, given that you're just going to get called off by a lot of jack X's, and you're just folding out all those miss draws. Given that you do have the diamonds there, it's unlikely, but there are still draws there that are bluffs that you could just let your opponent bluff on and then call. So
I think the only wrinkle to that is the effective stack being Kirk there. Kirk really only had 500 back at that point, so
right. So it's
he's really only risking
Like out on a date?
that 500 at the river.
And I think, but that's the thing. So like, I'd prefer a check call, just because a lot of the time, when you jam there, you're folding out hands that Kirk has, or queen 10 or 10-9, and you just get called by jacks that beat you. So like trips or king jack king whatever. You're chopping out with king queen, losing to ace king, which I guess would have been a 3-bet regardless. But there's more value to be had by check calling in that spot, just because Kirk is so short stack. You're okay with if Kirk jams there, you call off and you say if you have it, you have it. Whereas if you jam there, you're
It's too
just
strong to
yeah, you're
get
just
called.
losing value from the exact hand that Kirk has, because Kirk literally just has a bluff at that spot. So you'd rather them just bluff off in that spot than jam and get called off by a jack. Whereas like if he's jamming and he has a jack, you're calling off anyways. So you might as well let the bluffs value on themselves, and then you're gonna call off a jack and lose anyways. So it's the same result happens with a jack. Whereas if they have a bluff like 10-9, queen 10, ace high, flush draw, you actually print in that spot. Whereas if you're jamming, they're just folding out anyways.
So I just beat you on that.
yeah, you beat me in this.
Now top
I appreciate
for
that.
GA,
Called the check raise with the.
and no action here. Shows the ace king.
Which one? Ace king's good there. It's hard for me to hit the 10.
Hidden all night, bro. Yeah.
That was
Hidden
so
every time.
I don't think I've had ace king yet.
You haven't had ace king.
I mean,
Like, you get ace king, you're gonna see an ace or a king on the
yeah.
flop.
I mean, that's me all night. I've been.
For good or for
I would
bad.
be up.
I think it's also like a thing where if you check there with your king and they think you're weak, then they might just
Yeah.
take a stab at it and try to represent that jack. So you have a better chance of getting them to bluff a lot of the time just by feigning weakness.
I'd be even.
Yeah,
Whereas-
you're acting like you have that missed flush or
Right, whereas,
a weaker
like-
holding. So check to introduce more
Yeah,
bluffs
right.
to Kirk.
I said I do 25.
Right, and then when you just jam there, you're just folding out all the bluffs anyway. So
Where's trying? How much money do you
No,
have?
I don't
You don't want it?
want
Fuck, give me the one.
Give me the 25.
Okay,
Give me the $1 back. Alright.
You know what? I don't even want. No, I'm just kidding.
Sorry.
$40.
Hey.
40 straddles and
For the stream.
40 straddles and play
For the
tight.
stream. Here, I put in.
Couple
Come on,
hands left
GA.
and a couple straddles on.
GA, you're up so much. Just put it on.
4,
That's how I go. Aces right here.
31.
Oh, missed you.
I want pocket 7.
I want 7 deuce.
I hope Pokerline gets 7 deuce.
Let's see that I'm throwing it away.
See, King 10 suited so good if he was on the 4th straddle, whatever it was. 5th straddle. Likes to just call.
You're in position, bro.
See some weaker kings hit the muck already. And ace wheel for JB.
Dang, that's not the one, huh?
You're gonna flip for stacks. You're gonna flip?
I love it. Tish raising it up here. Queen Jack on the +2. He doesn't even have to go big. 125 it looks like.
I think I can fold now.
Yep. There's not too much action behind. You just kind of want to build a pot. You have a pretty strong hand.
Yeah,
Levi,
that's good news.
paint card is all he needs.
I thought I was 25.
And then GA, of course, calls.
Should have been a lot more expensive.
You like clicked it back.
Yeah. Oopsies.
Kings are dead in the deck. And we see a paired flop.
7-4 gets it.
9 high.
9, 7, 7. Levi elects to take the betting lead, given that this flop always hits his range, which he's not incorrect about. Bets 200 into 400. Gets GA with the best hand to fold. And it looks like Tish folds, so.
7-4 got there.
I'm looking at it backwards.
No, 7-4 is good.
You had some good backdoors that hand.
Yeah, man.
Literally bottom of the barrel over here.
Where's my straddle?
I think if the stream's not nearing the end of the night, JB with the ace-5 offsuit there definitely tries to make a move and goes bigger. But I think he understands that if he loses and gets called off in that spot, he's just going to be stuck as the game breaks for the stream. So don't mind the fold. I'll just call him a nit later.
No, more straddle the better.
Yeah, 50, right? One time, come on, I did.
He's stuck. He can't do 50.
He's up heaps. No. Heaps. He's
How
up
about we
heaps.
just play 50, 100, and just shut the fuck up?
Let's just flip for stacks, bro. Come on.
Let's do that.
We got 4 bigs. Fuck.
Yeah, if I see 3 more hands?
Like
This is
2,000 on the stream.
Second hit? Or number 2?
See, now we're just gonna lock it up. Fucking lock it up. Look what all these straddles did, guys. Fuck. Lock it up.
Lock it up.
Lock it up.
Come on!
Oh, bro.
That's fucked up.
That is so fucked
Well,
up.
clearly you had a monster because we all had garbage.
Yeah.
Levi can't get action with the real hand there as we are closing things out.
All right, majority, what do you want me to do?
Last
15?
hand of the night.
Whatever y'all want.
6.
Because he's not going to straddle. He won't straddle if I straddle
You
here.
guys are going to be mad if I don't do it.
Yeah, 25's there.
A little bit.
Yeah. You're 24.
Let's go, Harry.
I love it. So the 25 is on from GA now. The 50 is on from the line.
No
The
pressure
100
the
on
button.
silver. I love it. These guys are winning. They understand that, you know, you got to give some back when you're just crushing the game. You can't just hold it to yourself. So I love it. The 1, 2, and 3 seat all up,
You're like, I'm
all
on
giving
it.
some action back. I don't mind Tip
All in
not
blind.
putting it on the button for that 200 because he is stuck. He's been grinding all night.
With who?
Exponential.
Yeah. Yep.
It's so funny because $100 straddle still is a decent amount of big blinds for these guys in this 1-3 just because they are so
the viewers are
deep.
happy.
I think Kirk is the shortest at around 700, so 7 bigs if you think about it that way. So there's a lot of hands you should be shoving front with,
Is that a caller raise?
and this is one of
Including
those,
this.
including this one. So
Is that a call?
Caller raise.
I think he has a bit more money than the graphics show. It looks like he has about 500. I could be wrong, but this is a pretty good jam. Yep, so he does go with it. I love it.
How many blinds do I fucking have?
4.
And then Tish says, how many blinds does he have?
Don't count your stack, man.
JB with about probably 20 bigs.
What blinds everybody else have? I don't think I cover him. That's a good card.
It's close.
How much is his?
I think you do.
4 even.
Tish asking for the count.
420. So it is 420. Count is correct. Hopefully we get the hands to catch up.
Lock it up.
Oh, and Tish.
Lock it up announced. What are we doing, Tish?
Knit. I can't see it. Can't wait to see it. So JB Jack 5, King Queen. Oh my God, Tish, come on.
King Queen in the mug.
Levi
9-3 calling.
Levi with the 9 tray, and GA folds pocket 8s. What is going on?
I'm already in there.
Oh, Silver tanking with the 10-3. He knows Levi's giving some action. The problem is Levi's so deep, 2,400.
I wanted to gamble with twice.
Did want to gamble. I respect it.
My heart's good.
$25 on 9-3.
Do 6. Come on.
I had 10
Heart,
6 of
bad
hearts.
position.
Yeah, when I'm stuck on 4K.
Do 6 of hearts.
Out of 1
6, 10, 4. 10, 4.
Yeah, 4 big blinds, Queen Jack is pretty standard in a tournament, so.
No reactions yet. Sounds like 9-3 hasn't been tabled. It has, and 9 gets there,
We
but
get
2
to
diamonds
race.
as well.
I love the sweat. It's always a sweat, whether it's cash or tournament. Kirk with a 55% favorite just because of his overs and diamonds. There's a lot of good cards on the turn for him. 10 out there for a sweat would be sick. Ace, not changing too much.
Even more fun if that 6 was like higher. You get a little straight draw.
Kirk still with 32%, which is still a decent jump.
There it is. For him.
Queen will do the job. It's 1 board for Kirk.
Rigged. Really?
What do you mean, really?
Levi says, really?
Queen? Why not a diamond? I got there first.
Don't forget, Tish would have had the winner on this board.
Clubs.
The reverse.
The other way around.
Clubs. Now we get the sweat. Levi's 56% with the flush draw. 10, not changing anything.
Win your money back.
It's coming.
And now the equities are flipped from the first run out. 66-34.
7 of clubs.
Club.
There it is.
Chop it up.
Been running it twice, huh?
Every night.
Chopping it up.
You're the one that ran it twice. Like, if you don't like it.
8s would not have been good, but King Queen would have been good for one of those spots. So
But not on that flop. I mean, yeah, diamond.
Gio is going to chop
Yeah,
it
but
up
imagine this isn't the queen.
for the gamblers there.
Could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, if that was a jack.
And we are going to look at some end of the night statistics. Chip counts first. Keep in mind all of these players and 3 players we can no longer see, all buying in for 1,000 each. Plays as match the stack, plays not as a true 1-3, but much bigger. And look at this VPIP. People in chat somehow calling this a tight game, but you see it here. Most of the table playing more than 34% of hands, and the PFR, essentially aggression frequency here being pretty active as well. And the most important thing, who's up, who's down. 6,300 up top for Silver, 2,900 for Pokerline, 2,315 for Tish. JB and GA also booking small wins here. Everybody else donating to the winners. Wes, Tia, and Romaine doing the most of that, throwing the party. Levi also losing 1,400, and Kirk just down 333. Pretty crazy evening here. Appreciate all of you tuning in. Don't forget to come back next week, Tuesday through Friday. More cash streams coming your way for Champions Poker Live in Houston, Texas. This is Kyle Miller, and really do appreciate co-commentator, guest commentator tonight, Andrew Voden. Thanks for joining me.
thanks for having me as always, guys. Hope to be on future streams as well. Good night, everyone.
I feel bad box doing these.
I need a 10. What's the biggest hand right now?
King.
King?
Play your hand, play your hand. No fuck, counting the stacks, stacking the rags. 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 No fuck, play your hand, play your hand. Play your hand, play your hand. Play your hand, play your hand. Play your hand, play